Hey yo! Hello everybody, welcome to Salamander Racing. I am Salamander. Most people just call me Sal. We are doing some Joker Series practice today. Had the lobby open for about an hour here. Although, while we were waiting to get started, it looked like the lobby had glitched out and like everybody got kicked, but now people are back. I'm not sure what happened there. I actually just got done watching a video from T-Case about some lobby issues, so I will have to make sure that when we go to run the event to do like a double reset of the lobbies before we start everything. My own mental note. Anyway, we got a few people in here doing some practice already. We had 4 people in for a while, so getting some practice sessions in, which is good. Everybody's in the right car. We're hoping to get some people in here, do some practice. If we can get enough people, we will actually run a practice race. That would be fun. Haven't actually run a practice race yet, other than just myself, but with everybody else, we could get, I don't know, 5, 6, 8 drivers in here. We could do an actual practice session, let people try to figure out what they want their strategies to be, stuff like that. So yeah, this event is coming up in exactly 1 week, December 17th. We will be kicking it off around 7 p.m. Central Time. That would be about 45 minutes from now. You guys can synchronize your watches in your local time zone. We will be here at Catalunya on the national layout. There are 2 Joker laps to take at this particular track. There's the one along the back stretch. Metal's approaching it right now. If you veer off to the left and go off that way, there's a Joker lap over there. The next one is if you go straight ahead through those arrows is the second Joker. It looks like Metal is taking the second Joker. It's basically just a longer sweeper instead of that tight hairpin. That's what we're doing here. This should be a fun event. I do want to say we do have 40 Racewear on board as a sponsor. They are providing the prizes for the competitive split, the prize split for this event. They are going to be giving away a set of their Reactions sim racing shoes to the winner. A pair of their sim racing gloves to second place, and rounding out the podium, a pair of their prototype sim racing shoes to third place. So if people want to compete for that, registration is required. The link that I have pinned in the chat, there is the registration there, and if you get signed up, then you can compete. If we have, there's a bit of an order of precedence. I've always said that the channel members get priority. So anybody that is a member of this channel at the Joker level or higher will be able to compete for the prize. If we have more than 14 people that register, then it's a bit of a progression as to who needs to run in the qualifying split. There will be about a 20-25 minute race for qualifying to determine who then gets to run in the prize split, and that would be, non-members would have to essentially race their way in to the event if we get more than 14 people registered. initially, I was only planning on doing this for members, but because this is still early on, I thought this was going to take a little longer to build up to this point, and that I would have more members. That and because I have a sponsor who's providing the stuff. Initially, I was going to take the membership money and use that for the prizes, but because I don't need to do that, I'm opening it up to other people if they want to join as well. It's just that, again, the people who are channel members get priority. So, hey, C-Dubs, thanks for stopping in. Soft tires, yes. So, for both the qualifying and exhibition races and the competitive split, racing hard tires are required, but all tires are available. So the actual qualifying to the race, I presume most people will run those on softs. But then in the race, you do have to run racing hards, and then it's a matter of how many laps you want to go on that, how many laps you think you can get out of the mediums, how many laps you think you can get out of the softs. That's the kind of strategy you can figure out by practicing here today. So it's like we got 4 drivers in here now. Slick. We got C-Dubs, who is going to be one of the 2 commentators on race day. Hey, S2C, thanks for stopping by. But C-Dubs getting some time behind the wheel to kind of get familiar with the cars and what the strategies might be in order to talk to it a bit. That's a flashy looking car. I like that. We got Stratos in here. Stratos just got registered up for the prize split today. Is putting his first few laps down. Slick, I know, has been a regular here at the Joker Series, so I know that he is definitely trying to get the practice laps in. Metal has been around in a number of these races too, so excited to see him back. It's like trying the Joker lap. It's gonna be tricky. Most of these people haven't done these little extra bits of track, so to get used to what kind of speeds you can carry, where the braking markers are, all that kind of stuff is a bit of a learning curve. So, hey, Papa, thanks for stopping in. C-Dubs with a pen. Stratos in the LFA. I love that screaming sound of the LFA. The only time we ever see the LFAs in dailies or anything is when they run those tuned road cars. Hey, Shaggy, thanks for stopping in, Shaggy. Slick trying to spin it across the line. Well, there is no rain at Catalunya, unfortunately. No rain at Catalunya. But we will have tracks with weather and Joker laps. There will be. Just not this one. C-Dub's taking the Joker. Got some pretty good lap times here. Stratos with a 1:13.5. That is a solid lap. That is on racing soft tires. I was comparing his times to the times I had been getting, but all my testing I did in the racing hards. So I hadn't done any testing on the mediums or softs. So all the drivers are going to be figuring this out. Sounds good, Shaggy. Hop on in. I'm going to have this up for a while. I'm basically going to run this whole stream with this practice session. Once we get enough people in here that want to actually run a practice race, we'll go ahead and do that. But knowing that a few other people will come in, I will wait before we actually kick that off. But yeah, these guys looks like they're already starting to get familiar with the different cars. Trying to get familiar with the, what it takes to run the Joker lap. where the braking zones are. Yeah, I've mentioned from the get-go that I really want to do this series as mostly road cars. I may eventually have to throw in some group cars at some point. But for the most part, we're doing road cars. I have been working on a database of cars. A bit different than all the other databases I've seen out there in that it combines all the regular data along with what the PP levels are for each car for each tire, and then a number of other criteria you can sort on it. Because I'm putting it in the database, you can custom sort on basically any property you want, any way you want. Oh, I got someone else who wants to, I think, get in on this. Let me make sure to accept their PSN friend request. That way they can join. Rowdy Burns becoming a new subscriber. Thanks, Rowdy. Welcome, Rowdy. You know, Rowdy just got signed up on for the prize split too. So, welcome to the channel. Hope to see more of you VIP guys. I know I raced quite a bit and did a lot of practicing with Cyrus Nicky. And some of the others during NRL Season 5. So I had hit up Cyrus Nicky about this series, and he spread the word, or helped me spread the word to the rest of the VIP members, and sure enough, we got Rowdy Burns coming in right off the bat. So I'd love to see more teams getting involved. It could be a fun time. But yes, working on that database, so what it's allowed me to do is that trying to pick different road car combos for these races has become easier. I'm not done with it yet. I've been going alphabetically, and I'm through, I think I just finished up Pontiac. Rowdy? But I had jumped ahead and did Toyota. So the big ones I still have yet to do are Porsche, Renault, Subaru, and Volkswagen. And then a couple of the other small ones in there. I think Cyrus Nicky said he was going to join too, so I'm still waiting to see his registration come through. Would love to have him. I know that these VIP guys are fast. So definitely going to need to be on the A game to try to keep up with them. They may come in and steal the prizes here. So yeah, depending on how many people we get registered. Currently we have 13 people registered for the upcoming race in a week. So as soon as we get above 14, we will have to run that qualifying split in order to determine which of the non-members will make it to the competitive split. As I mentioned earlier, all the Joker level members are guaranteed a spot in the final. Yeah, absolutely, Rowdy. Definitely try to support each other. I know I've been subscribing to a lot of different other streamers' channels and stuff like that. One, trying to get the word out for this, but also just to be supportive. You know, there's certainly, once you start listening to some people, it's like, oh, I find out, oh, I've got this in common with this person, this in common with that person. It's a lot of fun. And I will say this community, you know, specifically the PHG community, but also a lot of these affiliate teams that we kind of associate ourselves with are full of good drivers, and series like this, along with NRL, along with the PHG World Series, PHRL, you know, promoting good, clean racing, not the daily smash fest kind of stuff. So, you know, really look forward to this kind of stuff. Yes, Shaggy, lots of festivities. We got, again, Joker Series being a monthly series event. Each one is just standalone. There's not points that carry over from month to month. We're just doing them each as standalone events. But we do have the PHG World Series, which is going to kick off its first qualifying split, or first qualifying day on January 6th. So that is also fast approaching. We are, as a production team, finalizing the details for that as well. That is going to be an exciting series. Yeah, the Joker series here has been a blast so far. We've done four events. Yeah, 4 events. This is going to be the 5th. This is the first one we've been able to do with some prizes available. So I expect, big turnout. This should be a lot of fun, especially getting you other teams involved. You can get your team members to come and watch the stream and cheer you on. And again, big thanks to 4D Racewear for sponsoring these events. So, Cole, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, like Shaggy said, there is a 56 driver max. We're going to limit it to 4 splits each weekend. But who qualifies in those top 56 spots could change from week to week. We could have 100 people that run in the series, but only 56 on a given weekend. So if 60 people come qualify, 4 of them won't make it. But we got to limit it, otherwise it starts to grow out of control. No, but like I was saying, everybody go check out 4dracewear.com and check out their products. They make sim racing gloves, sim racing shoes, and jerseys. The owner is a sim racer, so he knows what he's doing, knows what kind of products work specifically for sim racers. So it looks like they got good stuff. I'm waiting. I'm going to have some of their gear coming to me, so I'll be able to comment on it more specifically. But I had honestly had their website bookmarked long before they became a sponsor. I'd been looking at buying some of their gear beforehand, so I was already interested and looked like they had a good product before the sponsorship came on board. So definitely everybody go check that out. C-Dub's here trying to keep it out of the dirt. Gotta get it out of the dirt, buddy. It's a nice looking NSX he's got there. Metal's just parked. Stratos is laying down some heaters here for laps. I don't know if Stratos is out there listening, but definitely going to want to get used to those racing hards too. It's racing hards are required in the race. As we see, these softs don't last very long. Like he's just finishing up his 4th lap. That front left is half dead. Not sure what C-Dubs is doing. He's messing with Metal. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, we also got Slick out there. Sitting in the lobby, too. PHG drivers in their natural habitat. Yeah. Well, we had one of the FAF guys join the room. Elzo. I know I had talked to JK85 and Bobajito, but because these cars don't have any... there's nothing to tune. All these are stock. But they're probably running racing softs. All the racing tires are allowed, but racing hards are required. So I will say this, I'll give this away. For the exhibition and the qualifying split, I designed those that there really isn't any strategy. Those are going to be just straight races. I would imagine most people are just going to run. The hards will last the entire race, and you don't need to refuel. You just need to do the Joker laps. But for when we get to the competitive split, the fuel and the tire multipliers go up, and the number of laps goes up. So there will be strategy involved in those. So drivers, depending on how they can make their tire wear work out, may use softs in the race. But that's the kind of stuff you need to practice to figure out. I was mentioning earlier, all the practice I did leading up to creating this combo, I did on racing hards. So I honestly don't know what a good lap on softs looks like. But obviously, Stratos here has got a 1:12.7. That's a pretty fast lap, but he's been doing that on softs. Metals on the hards. Oh, that's the other thing to mention, is that for the competitive split, the one with the prize, heavy damage is turned on. We've been running with light damage for each of the Joker Series events up till now. The exhibition and the qualifying splits will still have damage set to light, but the actual competitive split, damage will be set to heavy. So another thing to keep in mind when running laps. The competitive split is really going to be, I think, the most dynamic yet. With 2 Joker laps and heavy damage, there's a lot that's going to go into figuring out what you're going to be doing here. So,
yo,
C-Dubs,
what
how
is
you
up,
doing, buddy?
Man? I'm good. I'm sitting here thinking, trying to figure out how Stratos is cheating, because I felt like I run a couple decent laps and touched 16. I don't believe I left 4 seconds out there, but you know, it's a good possibility. I'm not sure.
Let's see here. I need to change you over. All right, say something again. I want to see if I'm coming through my headset now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. That is so much better for me.
No better. Yeah, I had a mess going. I got the PlayStation on. I had your YouTube channel up. I had to run OBS to get my game audio through to my headphones, and I've got Discord up. So trying to, I don't need to tell you, trying to get all that squared away is that's a good time.
Yes, absolutely. So everybody that's listening out there, C-Dubs is going to be one of our commentators for the upcoming event here. So get used to hearing his voice.
That's right. I'll be here, giving everybody a hard way to go. That's my specialty.
No, I was explaining to everybody else. Hey, Rob, thanks for joining. That for the competitive split, we're going to have heavy damage is turned on, so that's going to be something new that people are going to have to contend with. But that's only for the competitive split. In the qualifying split and the exhibition split, it'll still be light damage. But
yeah, and that's where you've got to come into the pits to fix anything, right? Like, so
yes.
if you're toward the end of the race and you just mess up a bumper, chances are you're going to stick around if you got enough of a gap there. But anything more than that, you're having to go to the pits.
Yep. Yeah, really. It depends on the level of damage. I mean, obviously, if you're on a bigger track, if we're at Daytona, the bumper damage would affect you even more so than here. But
sure.
yeah, I mean, that may factor into your strategy if you end up having to take an extra pit because you got some damage you got to take care of. Maybe then you've got your chance to take some softs and try to gain some spots back or something like that. So, there's going to be some thinking on the fly for sure.
What car was Stratos in when he was running those 12s and 13s? Was he in
that
Toyota or?
I believe he was in the LFA.
LFA.
He is in the Toyota FT1 now.
Okay. What's he running in that? Let's see.
looks like he's got.
No
Well, he
way.
just did his
Oh.
outlap.
Okay. Yeah. So the
Because were you
110's
running
not
on
really-
soft tires or were you on hard tires?
I was running on softs. Now I had not gotten the track completely down, but I didn't think, at 3 or 4 laps, I think I'm leaving 2 or 3 seconds out there. I didn't think I was leaving 5 or 6 seconds out there, but hey, could very well have.
Yeah.
Let's go see.
Well, it's all a matter of the car too. Like it was interesting for me testing this that a couple of these are front engine rear drive cars. We've got the mid engine NSX. We've got the 4-wheel drive GTR. So there's a pretty big mix, and I know some of them. Like I had never been all that great at driving the mid engine cars, the MR cars. Like there were some people like Papa loved the McLaren for a while. And he could make that thing giddy up and go, whereas I just couldn't. So maybe that's part of it too. Maybe it's just that maybe a front engine rear drive car would more fit your style here, or maybe Stratos is just that much better.
Boba Cheeto is in the lobby.
Yep, Boba Cheeto joined up.
I had to bump out real quick to go. That LFA, the only LFA I had was a 2010, but the one you've got is newer, right?
No, it's I think the 2010 is the only LFA.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I do have that one. Okay, cool.
Yep, it's the 2010 LFA, the Toyota FT1, not the Group 3 version, just the road car version. And then the NSX from 2017, and then the GTR from 2017. The thing to watch out for with the GTR, there is a GTR Nismo 2017. That is not the car we're using. It's just the GTR 17.
Yeah, this is interesting. So I went over there to look, and I don't remember this being the case, but the LFA, the 2010 LFA is 1.5 million, and their Vision GT car with 850 performance points is only $1 million. So obviously they think a lot of that LFA.
I believe it was a limited production. I don't think they're even making the LFA anymore. I think it's out of production.
I think you're right. All right. I'll throw that booger on track here in a second to see.
Yeah, these cars definitely drive different. You gotta, if you're switching from car to car, you have to adapt your driving style based on which car you're in.
Well, what I always loved about the NSX, especially that one, and that livery, I couldn't tell you how old it is. It was the only time I drove it. But what I do remember is it being a fun car to drive, and you can throw that car around. You can, almost intentionally drift that NSX around the turns. Not maybe the fastest way, but lots of fun.
Right. T-Rex Arms, Stratos, thanks for joining us in the chat. Welcome. Yeah, there's some of these cars definitely handle better, and then other ones have more power. So there's ways to get around. Stratos doesn't like the NSX's brakes. I see SPC's in here. Let's go back out to the lobby. We got 7 people in here. Well, if you count me, we got 7 people in here.
To be 8 again.
Oh yeah, once you get back. So yeah, I mean, once people get kind of a feel for what they want to do, we could fire up an actual practice, run a full 30 laps of practice here.
Okay. Let's see. The other thing I'm gonna blame this on, like I do, I'm not wearing my Lucky House shoes. And what was the other thing? Oh, I don't have my VR on, so at least 5 seconds.
Well, and you're not wearing your Joker hat, are you?
That's right. Exactly right.
See, that that's good for 7 or 8 tenths.
Exactly. Oh, I do like this LFA.
Metal keeps trying to go straight. I think he forgets this is the national layout. Let's be Cole in the GTR. C-Dub's here in the LFA.
It does sound incredible.
It does sound great. I was honestly, I did this combo kind of around the LFA and then found cars that would be competitive with it because I really wanted to use the LFA. A lot of these combos I put together, there's 1 or 2 cars that I want to use, and then I just find some others that are competitive with them. Careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep mentioning everybody, go check out 4draceware.com. They've got some good product at reasonable prices compared to, what I've seen out there for the price of gloves and sim racing shoes, stuff like that. Their prices are very reasonable. So I am waiting for my gear to show up so I can give you guys some even more authentic feedback. I expect to have some before the Joker Series race, which again is going to be 1 week from now, Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central. It is 6:45 Central right now, so synchronize your clocks for your time zone. 15 minutes from now is when we'll be starting next week. The idea is kind of the schedule where I'm planning on doing is we're going to run first an exhibition race. Then I'm assuming we're going to get more than 14 drivers, and that we'll have to run a qualifying race to figure out how many of the non-channel members will race their way into the prize split, and then we'll run the prize split. And then after that, if people are still interested, if people didn't get to run in the prize split, but they want to race those settings, they want the longer race with the enhanced strategy and do it just for fun. Depending on you commentators, if you guys have time to stick around, or even if you don't, I could stick around and host a 4th lobby. It'd be relatively late at night, but I'd be willing to host a 4th lobby that would be another competitive split, just with no prizes on the line. For those that want to do that. Feel like you're getting a handle on that LFA, C-Dubs?
No, I keep overrunning the turns, but I'll get there.
Yeah, with these road cars, a lot of times your road car brakes are never as good as the Group 3, Group 4 cars. Like the braking zones are very different, For you guys that run dailies a lot, it's a little getting used to that. You do have to brake like quite a bit earlier. And it feels weird. Like you feel like you're slowing down too much, and then as you get to the corner, you find out you haven't quite slowed down enough.
Yeah, and see, I just ran a 116, and I felt like I was hitting it pretty good. And Stratos is 4 seconds better than that. That's insane to me. Might check his car for nitrous or a hidden supercharger or something.
Well, I believe I've got the settings so that you can't. Well, BOP is on for one, and I've got the nitrous set to prohibited. I've got the engine swap set to prohibited.
He found a loophole.
Some kind of loophole. Man, we got a number of the FAF guys in here. We got FAF Elzo, JK85, Lobagito. They're bringing out the big guns. See SPC up here, also with a 116 flat in the GTR. Shaggy joining the lobby too. He said he was going to stop by later. It appears that now is later.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of lap Shaggy runs here. Shaggy, grab the LFA. Let's see it.
Well, Vegito's in the FT1. Metal's in the LFA now. You guys remember to practice those Joker laps too. These the second one's fairly self-explanatory. You're just going wider than the hairpin. But Joker A, the first one, is a little bit trickier. You take it at a pretty good clip. You get some pretty good speed, but you do have to slow down as you get through the kink. And you especially need to be careful as you merge back on to the regular racing circuit. This is something we're going to go over in the driver's meeting. There's going to be a driver's meeting next Monday night. And we're basically going to, because we haven't, the rules have all been, we've talked about them, but they actually haven't been enforced at all throughout the events that we've done so far, because there's been nothing on the line. Now that there's something on the line, I've got a pair of stewards that will be reviewing the entirety of the race, watching for people following the rules. Make sure they get the Joker lap right, that they're not exceeding track limits during the Joker lap, and the turn signal. I have to emphasize that people have to have their turn signals on by the commitment line, or they're going to get a penalty. And then also the rejoins as you go from the Joker lap back onto the racing circuit. That will also be criticized more. I do have a demo video out there that explains how to properly take the Joker lap and all that stuff. The document that I have for Catalunya also in great detail shows where the different protected zones are and who has the responsibility to obey the extra rules or whatever within that protected zone. Catalunya is a bit different than the other tracks we've run at. In both the Joker laps here at Catalunya, the driver that's taking the Joker lap will be getting through the corner leading or the lead up to the Joker lap. They will be carrying more speed than the regular drivers. So it is up to the Joker lap driver to avoid contact. And that may mean that they have to slow down more than they would like to make the corner, because there's another car in front of them that is slowing down more to, let's say, like make the hairpin where Bobagito just went through. The racing line is to stay far to the right and then get through the hairpin. If you're following too close and you're going to take the Joker lap and take the longer way around, you're going to have to slow down more than you need to for that, to avoid hitting the regular driver. And then also those going through Joker A, the first Joker, when you come back out onto the circuit, you can't just go flying all the way to the right where the other drivers will be. Much like Daytona, they're going to be carrying more speed. If you come veering all the way over there and either knock somebody off or veer right in front of somebody who's going 10, 20 miles an hour faster, it will be the Joker driver's fault that you got rear-ended. If you stay to the left, then you're in the right spot. The other drivers stay to the right, they're in the right spot, and we're good to go. So there's a bit that you have to kind of take into account when it comes to this. It all will feel fairly natural once you get through it. Once you've taken the Joker lap, you understand where the lines are, the fact that, you may have to slow down a bit coming out of the Joker to make sure that everything's okay. And like the Joker lap that Bobagito just took, that longer circuit around, like I said, the entry to it, the Joker lap driver is the one who needs to avoid contact. But on the exit to that, it's the regular drivers that need to avoid the contact. The Joker lap driver essentially has the priority on the right-hand side of the track, essentially leading into the apex of the next corner. So the other drivers can't just dart off to the right, because that's where the Joker lap driver will naturally be coming out. So.
And did you say this already? Do you have to take both Jokers, or you get to choose one?
You have to take both. Both Jokers are required. The rule is, though, you cannot take them both on the same lap.
Aha.
They have to be done on separate laps. In each of the tracks that have multiple Joker laps, that's what we're going to do, even if you could do them on the same lap. Like this one, you technically could, except for when you come out of Joker A, the only way to get set up for Joker B would be to go all the way to the right, which is going to impede the other drivers unnecessarily. And we don't want that, because that's just going to cause people to get into each other. So you take Joker A, stay to the left when you come out of it, and that way everybody can continue getting... And basically once you get to the hairpin, then everybody's kind of back on pace again. So actually, let me... I'm going to put the controller down. I'm going to get in, and I'll demonstrate some of this stuff. I'll go through a little bit slower, kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about while these guys are practicing. We got 10 people in here practicing now. This is great. Shaggy's the 11. Actually, Shaggy said he laid down a good lap. Shaggy, what was your lap time? I didn't notice what your lap time was. Actually, let's look at what people have going on right now. We got Stratos with that 112.7, Slick with a 113.9, Metal with a 114.9, Bobajito with a 115.1, Nate with a 116.5, C-Dubs with a 16.5, and Mr. Oak with a 17.2. Shaggy with a 13 on his first try. Nice.
I'm putting VR on. And Shaggy knows the cheat code too, him and Stratus. I'll get it from him later.
Alright, so I'm going to change the NSX here. We're going to get behind the wheel. I'm going to kind of talk through some of the Joker lap stuff we have going on here. It's like I got nobody behind me, so that'll work out really well. So the commitment line for having your turn signal on for this first Joker lap is these red and white lines right here. So you need to have, if you're going to take Joker A, you need to have your left turn signal on by the time you get to these red and white stripes. And that's the nice thing about this track too. The Joker laps are on separate sides. So left turn signal indicates to your competitors you're taking Joker A, this one, where you go all wide through here, and the rejoin is going to be the tricky part, because as you're carrying speed through here, the car, especially if you get on this curb, is going to kick out to the right, but you need to avoid, getting into it with the people that are, on the racing line coming through there. They're going to be flying a heck of a lot faster than you are coming out of the Joker lap here. So you're going to come out and you're going to need to try to stay to the left, or really stay to the left of the black marks, kind of the left side, and be really careful not to go too deep, and punt somebody through going through the hairpin here. So that's Joker A. And we'll come back around and we'll show Joker B. Shaggy with a 13.799. Slick with a 13.950. But now for the second, for Joker B, you need to have your right turn signal on, because it's on the right-hand side of the track. And the commitment line is going to be, again, the red and white stripes. Or actually, no, what did I set the commitment lines? I believe I set the, I got to go look at my own dock. I don't remember. But as you can see, you're going to be carrying a lot more speed coming into this corner. You're going to come around, then you're going to exit naturally on the right-hand side here. And that's where the other drivers need to not plow you off as you're coming to the apex. So that one's a bit weird. It's the Joker lap driver's responsibility to avoid contact on corner entry, but it's the other driver's responsibility to avoid contact on corner exit. And then the last thing to mention with all these rules around the protected zone and where you should go is it all only matters if there's other drivers relatively close to you. If you decide as part of your strategies you're going to take the Joker lap when there's nobody anywhere near around you, then you can enter the corner however you want. You can exit the corner however you want. It only matters if there's contact. If there's contact with another driver, then all those other things come into play to determine who is at fault. All right, I'm quickly going to pull up my own document that I created to remember where I set the commitment line to. I made the document, I haven't looked at it in a while.
That's fair. I mean, you're getting kind of old.
No, okay, so I did set it to, I set it to the red and white stripes up here. So this red and white stripe line right here, this is your commitment line. This is where you need to have your right turn signal on. And that's really more to indicate to the stewards that are watching it that you intended to take the Joker lap. In this case, again, because it's the Joker lap driver's responsibility to avoid contact, the drivers in front aren't even going to realize you have your turn signal on. Shaggy likes the FT1, so one of the cars that now has an endorsement. Yeah, so like right here, I'm going through. There's nobody that's going to be coming out of here. So if I want to come out to the left because it's the faster way to go, I can. But if I think I'm clear, and then somebody comes through and I plow into the side of them, or they even plow into the side of me because I'm there, it's my fault for having been in a spot where I should not be when there's multiple drivers out on track. Or multiple drivers in relatively the same spot. So there, that's a little bit of a walkthrough. Certainly if people have questions, they can ask. Strato's still leading the pack here with that 12.7. He did a 14.1 on his last lap. Shaggy's gotten down to a 13.5 in the GTR, or he's in the GTR now. I believe that 13.5 was done in the LFA. Or was that the FT? That was probably the FT1.
Yeah, I think he was in the FT1 when he stepped out.
And then Slick
I did bust into the 14s finally.
Slick in the 13s, running the FT1. Oh, looks like he had a 13.1 and a 13.2, but those look like they did not count for his fastest lap, so they must have had penalties on those. C-Dubs, I see you, yeah, low 14.2. Metal with the 14.9. Well, Vegeta doing his testing on the mediums as a person, or as a 115.1. I'm not sure if that was on the mediums or not. JK85 on the with a 15.7. The JK85's in the GTR. Oak in the LFA. So far has been able to manage a 17.2. Midnight Driver, that's Bandit, also at a 17.2. Currently in the GTR. Oh, and Oak just laid down a heater. Now has a 13 flat in the LFA. Yeah, you're right, T-Rex. Slick livery does look good. I like it. I will say this also, livery-wise. I do not have any livery requirements. I do ask that if people would be willing to put the 40 Racewear decal somewhere on their car. I'm highly suggesting it, but it is not a requirement.
LFA likes to drift a little on that last turn. I keep getting stupid penalties here. Let's see.
The penalties here can be tough. That last turn after the chicanes is a bit tricky. Like, if you nail it, you can do it without lifting. But if you get it wrong, then it's either penalties or off the track. Like, you're right on that razor's edge.
The LFA will not do that last turn wide open no matter the setup. It slides out. Now, the NSX would. Well, that's my experience anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there are some cars where it's possible and others where it's not. Let's see. So far we've got, other than Stratos, who's the only one in the 12s, we've got Oak, Shaggy, and Slick all in the 13s. I do like how the FT1, much like the Corvette that we ran at Monza, has the glass or acrylic on the hood so you can see the engine.
Yeah, that's sharp like Ferrari. Okay, here comes my 13. Getting ready to come out of my outlap here.
All right, we're gonna watch you.
All right, let's do it.
C-Dubs is on the clock.
13 coming up. Might even be 11. I mean, I don't know.
Watch this after you're done with this one at 11. That's funny. After we're done with this one, I'm gonna kind of pose the question to the group if people want to run a practice race. We'll fire one up. We're 2 hours into this practice session.
I think I can still do it.
Oh yeah, you missed the apex there, but
I did.
Yep, flying through there. She gets a little drifty.
Mess that all up. Mess that up.
There you go. Yep, get her back. You gotta swing it around so much going through those sections. Coming out of the last turn. The 110, 111, 12, 13. There you go. 13-3.
All right.
I knew you could do it.
I knew it. It was there.
I knew you could do it. All right, so let's see. Sheldologist joined in.
I know you said, Sal. Is there a rule about if you have a penalty in place, you can or cannot take the Joker?
Nope. The penalty is irrelevant.
Okay. I was going to say, because there's a lot of times you could get wide coming up the hill, and then the penalty flashes on right before you would enter that Joker lap. You know what I mean? So.
Well, you served the penalty on the straightaway.
Well, but you could get a penalty and swing wide, and it'd be too late to serve it on that straight, and it pops up right about the time you would be entering that Joker. Does that make sense?
Yes. But you have to keep in mind that you have to have your turn signal on by the commitment line, to take the Joker lap and not get a penalty. So if you have a penalty that pops up at the last second, you're like, oh, I'm going to take the Joker lap now, but you didn't have your turn signal on in time. Okay, you might save a little time by having taken the Joker and not avoid the penalty, but on the penalty lap. But you may get a post-race penalty because you didn't have your turn signal on in time.
Sure,
so that's something else to keep in mind. Sheldologist, welcome to the chat. I have a voice chat up, though. It's just for us commentators. C-Dubs is going to be commentating this one, so we wanted to kind of discuss what we're seeing here in practice. Although C-Dubs is going to get some. Are you going to run through the practice race too?
I doubt it.
Okay.
Oh, you mean tonight? Yeah. If you're going to run one tonight, I might stick around to do that.
Because I'm thinking of starting that up, and I'm going to give people 5 minutes. 5 minutes to start falling. I don't know how many people in here are in VR. I don't see Bobagito anymore, so. Because I know Bobagito runs VR. Well, in fact, Bobagito just rejoined.
You summoned him.
All right, so for me it is 7:10. At 7:15, we will get this underway.
Works for me.
I'm excited for this. We got a decent size lot. This rivals though. I think the most we've had is 12 people in an actual race. We got 10 here in practice, so this could be an exciting race. I mean, I'm going to spectate it and pseudo commentate over it while we're all watching. I've set up most of these races to be at least not during the middle of the day, so you can see the glowing rotors and stuff like that. Welcome to the chat, Slick. Quick smoke. All right, you got 4 minutes. Get your safety meeting out of the way. Shaggy Doo is down to a 13 flat, so Shaggy and Oak both have 13 flats as their fastest.
All right, so I'm gonna come around, get some freshies, and then I'll bust into that 112 and show Shaggy how to do that.
Yeah, you got another 4/10 to knock off.
No big deal. I mean, we saw more than 4/10 of mistakes in my lap. I missed 2 apexes.
That's a good point.
Scrubbed the tires a couple times.
See, Sheldala just running the LFA. I had a feeling the LFA would be popular in this one.
Oh, coming out for that. Forgot to. Now I'm going to have a 3-second penalty coming out, which doesn't affect you here, right? It just does a count off when you come out of the pits, I think. We'll see.
What's that, the pit road penalty?
Yeah, so I got a penalty, right? Yeah, coming on into the pits. I went across the line, but I think here it just does a 3-second clock off as you're coming out of the pits instead of making you go all the way to the penalty.
Oh, that's right, because the penalty serve is while you're in the pits. Yeah, I mean, you're pointing out a strategy piece is that if you have a penalty and you're on the verge of, being within your pit window, it might pay to just pit and take the penalty that way because you're not going to lose as much time that way.
Oh, no, it didn't. It held the 3-second. It held the 3-second coming out, so I'm going to have to serve it on this lap.
Okay, so if you have a pit road entering penalty, that makes sense. But if you get a penalty elsewhere on the track, it will have you serve it on pit road exit. Well, that's why we race, Shake. One minute. Tire check.
And hards are required. It's the only thing required. Okay,
Yep.
Got it.
cards are required. All others are available. Or actually, I don't even need to do the tire check. I'm going to double reset the lobby.
But are you doing 30 laps for the practice or just like a 15 lapper?
We're going to do a 30 for this one. We're going to do a full practice race.
Okie dokie.
All right, we're going to get this. We're going to double reset. That's the first reset. Do a second reset. It'll let me. There we go. Why am I using the controller? I have a keyboard right here.
Are you not having the issues? Maybe it's just this track that T-Case was talking about. I know he had some issues last night.
Yeah, I literally just watched that video that he put out before we started here. I want to say when I hit the first hour mark, I think it happened, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, outside of dailies, I haven't ran any lobbies since the update, so...
Yeah, neither have I.
Not gotten to see
I
what's going
really
on
hope that, but that's the reason I wanted to do the double reset, is that hopefully that clears things. Just need Metal and Bobajito to ready up, and then we'll start quali.
Oh, quali. Okay, yeah. Come on. Almost forgot.
So, gonna give a quick tire check. FAF Nate joins. We got Nate and Metal need to ready up, and then we'll go.
I don't know if Bandit's watching, but he's on hards, and he can switch over to softs for his quali.
Oh, FAF. So Nate readied up. Elzo just joined, though. Yep. Yes, Shaggy. Yep, Bop is on, so... Yeah, with Bop on, with Road... Oh, yep, he did ready up. Okay, here we go. Start quali. All right, guys. But yes, with road cars, as soon as you turn Bop on, then any parts you have installed, all of that goes away. You just have the stock car. So even if you allow like brake balance tuning, you can't do it if yes, I've got all the settings on the website there, Shaggy. Hey, Vogues, thanks for stopping by. Vogues, one of the DGDR guys, the Dumb Guys Do Racing podcast. Check their stuff out. Get my wheel out of the way. Follow everybody here. You can use the keyboard. Let's see, who's in what? So we got C-Dubs in the LFA, Sheldologist in the LFA, Bobajito in the FT1, Oak in the LFA, Midnight Driver in the GTR, FAF Nate in the GTR, Slick in the FT1, Stratos in the LFA, got FAF Elzo in the LFA, JK85 in the GTR, and metal in the LFA. So a lot of LFAs out there, which I kind of predicted.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, C-Dubs picks up a penalty. Just starting the first hot lap, so that'll be a no-go. Well, the thing that sucks though is that now this lap won't count, and then the next lap you'll have served the penalty, so you're going to be slow on the next lap too. Ooh, Shaggy got the FT1 down to a 12.9. Screaming through their qualifiers. We got Midnight Driver has a half-second penalty, goes really deep on the hairpin. But with that penalty, it's not going to matter anyway. I do like that livery. Who said they did Slick's livery? Was that we'll go back and chat. T-Rex Arms did Slick's livery. Good work, T-Rex. Let's see, Sheldologist currently leading this qualifier with a 1:13.3. Bobagito with a 13.8. Stratos and Slick 16.5. Let's see if everybody remembered to move onto racing softs. Yeah, Midnight Driver still on racing hards. Looks like everybody else on softs. Everybody, you got to remember, damage is set to heavy for this one. C-Dubs, you're still hanging with Sheldologist there.
Yeah, my tires are about shot. I ain't even got to put a lap in.
Oh, wow, yeah, you are burning those tires up.
Don't be a pin. Don't be a pin. Oh, my word. Do I even have a lap? I don't even think I have a lap.
You do not.
Yeah, that's
In fact, there's only 5 people that have a lap that's counted so far.
Yeah,
guys got to be careful on the qualifying laps here. It's better to get a slow qualifying lap than to not get a qualifying lap at all. I think for most everybody, this is going to be their final hot lap. C-Dubs, I don't know if you're going to make it to the line before we...
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not going to make it to the line, which is why I'm drifting. I'm having drifting practice now.
Well, Vegeto's gotten down to a 13.7. JK85's at a 14.9. So Sheldologist and Bobagito are just one behind the other. Yep, and we are on the final lap. Sheldologist comes to the line. Does not improve. Bobagito does not improve. Missed it by 1.5 tenths. Let's see, Stratos coming around. We know Stratos has some speed. Let's see what he's got this time. Slick got down to a 14 flat. No, Stratos only put in a 16.5. So struggled a bit in this qualifying session. We had 7 people set a qualifying time. Or 8 people set a qualifying time. Sheldologist just wants a screenshot of him on pole. Now don't celebrate too much. This is just qualifying. got another 10 seconds left of runoff time here. Little victories. All right, so we got two people in the 13, Sheldologist and Bobajito. And then we got Slick and JK in the 14s. Stratos and Metal in the 16s. Elzo's got a 17. FAF Nate with a 125. And then Oak, C-Dubs, and Midnight Driver were not able to complete the qualifying lap.
Nice donuts. Yes, Oak. They were sweet. Oh, yeah, tires.
Yeah. Tire check, everybody. Remember, racing hards are required. All other tires are available.
Good job, Shell. 13-3.
Yeah. Shell showing why or how he was able to put down a couple of wins in the last NRL season. Shell's a quick driver. Wasn't able to compete in the NRL finals because he was on vacation. Shows that maybe he could have taken that one.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, who thinks vacation's more important than the NRL finals? I mean, I think he's got his priorities messed up.
All right, no problem, Slick. All right, so we got 10 people running this. Here we go. I should have canceled Mexico. Yeah, Shell, you could have taken if you could have won it, then you could have taken that prize money and used that for a New Mexico trip.
I feel like you could have made arrangements, got on Discord or something, found somebody near where you were in Mexico and borrowed their rig for the day. I feel like you could have done that.
All right. Go, Sheldologist going to lead us to the line. Fast Canadian in this lobby.
And heavy damage, right? Heavy
damage.
Okay.
So, play it a little conservative, guys. Got that initial braking zone. It's different from the regular layout. Just being in the national layout. That C-Dubs, is that you going deep?
Nope.
Oh, it was a different white LFA.
Metal, I think.
Oh, that was Metal. Wobajito all over the back of Shell. Now remember, when it comes to the Joker laps, you cannot take the Joker lap on the first lap. You cannot take it on an out lap. And you cannot take it on the last lap. You have to fit both of those Joker laps in regular hot laps. Oh, that Metal went deep again.
Somebody sent me flying.
Oh, that was you that went deep.
Well,
you had help?
I had lots of help.
You have no damage.
I patted my bumpers before we got started.
May have had help. I don't see any. Nobody's got damage. Everybody's looking good. We got Sheldologist, Bobajito have both starting on the mediums. TKs, welcome. Well, so far, I think it may have glitched once before we actually started a race when I only had like 3 people in the lobby, but I'm not entirely sure if it acted up the same way as yours did. We just kicked off this race. We're on lap 2 of 30, so we will see how this goes. So far, all 10 people are still in, and we have completed 1 lap. We are on lap 2. C-Dubs getting the Joker lap out of the way.
I forgot my turn signal, but nobody was around me. Does that count?
You would get a penalty for that. regardless of whether there's anybody around you, the turn signal is still required. Hey, Josh. Thanks for stopping in the chat. We just fired off a full practice race. So they're on lap 2 of 30, finishing up lap 2. 30, starting lap 3. Excuse me. Sheldologist holding on to a lead, has 1.5 seconds on Bobagito here. Oak up to 3rd place, but has a 1-second penalty. Got JK85 running in 4th. Got Stratos right behind him, along with Metal. I'm going to assume that was a fat finger. TK's. Yes, a couple of the FAF boys. There we go. That looks more correct there, TKs. FAF, not FAG. We all know that was a mistake. We know your character. You're cool. That was pretty funny. All right, Bandit here is holding on to 8th place. FAF Elzo back in 9th, and FAF Nate rounding it out, the top 10. Oh, Sheldologist taking the Joker lap. Does not look like he used his turn signal. That's something he will have to watch out for on race day. Got to use that turn signal. But got the Joker lap out of the way, and Bobagito still ahead of Bobagito. I don't think Bobagito had done their Joker lap. Bobagito now is definitely in the slipstream behind Sheldologist. Oak back there just serving another penalty. So back a little ways. We got a battle here for 5th. Between Metal, Stratos, JK, C-Dubs.
They were too far in front of me, but something looked intentional from my angle.
Yeah, I thought I saw something go back and forth there. Not sure what that was about. We don't want to keep those tempers under control there, boys, on race day. I think Metal and JK had a bit of a disagreement. Well, you know, I could have done the replay. I forget we're actually running the race now. I could have run a replay. C-Dubs with the pass. JK85, well done. We can check that out. Ooh, a little bit of a bump there. Got the pass done. Slight disagreement over space, but nothing egregious. Stratos back there in 7th, just had to serve a penalty. Josh decorating the tree. Bandit with a 3-second pen. Man, some of these turns, if you get into the penalty zone, it is brutal. We've got Metal taking Joker B. Looks like Metal also did not use the turn signal in that one. I am going to be definitely harping on that during the drivers' meeting, that those turn signals are going to be required. People are going to have some post-race penalties. I'm still going to, I have to put together the penalty sheet, what the different penalty allotments will be depending on the grievance. With the turn signal, we'll actually have 2 levels. If you turn on your turn signal, just after the commitment line, it'll be a lesser penalty than if you don't use it at all. Well, Metal missed the braking zone entirely going into turn 1 there. Easy to do here. Yeah, Josh, you got that right. There's going to be a lot of people in here who haven't done this before and are not going to have the experience. All right, C-Dubs just got your other Joker lap out of the way.
That's right.
Let's watch that. We're going to watch the replay of that one come through this.
Hey, no attention to the fact that my turn signal came on after I was in there.
Then coming out. Comes all the way to the right, but there were no other drivers around, so no harm, no foul there. Yeah, I can't say enough. Thanks to 4D Racewear for sponsoring these next 3 races and giving away 3 prizes to the podium finishers of the prize split. Pair of shoes to first place, pair of gloves to second place, and another pair of shoes to third place. Oh man, Oak's got another penalty. He just hasn't been able to put down some penalty-free laps here. He's only 1.4 seconds behind Bo Bagito. He'd probably be up on him has he not been getting those penalties. Yes, I do, Josh. We've got the Canadian Pacific holiday train coming through town on Friday, and my kids are going to be here, so we are all planning, the whole family going down and checking out the holiday train as they come through town. They stop and they do a food drive, and they have music on the train that they get to play for everybody. It's always a fun time. It's going to be really cold, but it's fun. Sheldologist, I think, went really wide in turn 1 there. Let's see if we got a replay of that. Coming into turn 1. Yeah, really late on the brakes. Goes off. Not quite into the dirt, but far enough out that Bobagito able to make that easy pass. So now Bobagito in the lead. Sheldologist in second, C-Dubs in third. So Oak has fallen way. Is Oak still in? I think Oak might have dropped. I don't know if he got DC'd or if he dropped from all the pens. But he was really close in third place there. Looks like we have a battle on our hands between JK85 in fourth, and Stratos in fifth. Oh, gotcha, Josh.
Should be nice if Sheldo and Bobagito would have a battle. Start bumping each other. That'd be good.
Oh, see, we might be having the same issues that TK did, because now Bobagito's gone. Oh, Oak just left. Uh-oh. We are down to 8, so we've lost 2 people. Oak and Bobagito. So now Sheldologist is... Well, so Oak wasn't leading, I don't think, when we lost him. Let's see if that happens.
I think Oak left. Bobagito, I'm not so
Oak
sure.
Oak might have just left. Bobagito, I think, may have... Oh,
Oh, baby, baby. Oh,
What was
wow,
that?
that was terrible.
Metal went way off. I don't know if Bobagito's out in the chat. I'd be interested to know if he got DC'd or if he left. Man, for those of you guys commentating, you guys are gonna have your hands full keeping track of who has taken the Joker and who hasn't.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Sheldolage is still leading this race. 30 seconds up on Stratos in second. C-Dub's here in the pits. You pit because of tires or fuel?
Yeah, tires. My hards or my front left is a little over halfway. I probably wouldn't need to yet, but and then I'm down to a quarter tank of fuel. So I'm gonna take on a splash of fuel, throw some softs on, and see if I can make up a little bit. This would not be my
Josh,
strategy.
we're gonna cover that in the drivers' meeting. I think I'm gonna have to come up with a plan. It might be that if it happens in the competitive race, we may have to just call it and wait for PD to patch it before we do the prize split. I will say there's no registration fee for this, so it's not like people would be out any money, if they couldn't make the next one or something like that. But yeah, we'll see. We've only lost 2 people. Oak was having a bit of a struggle with penalties, so I wouldn't be surprised if he ducked out because of that. But Bobagito, I'm curious to know if they got DC'd or not. So I know Sheldologist has been... Oh, yeah, I think Bobagito just said that it was the new lobby glitch. I think he just said that in chat. I mean, the bottom line is that if it only affects a driver or 2, I mean, we may just have to treat that like, an engine detonation in real life. Like, it's just one of those things that happens. But if it happens to like half the lobby, then I think we'd have to call it. But yeah, like a mechanical failure. Alright, so C-Dub's something to keep in mind. Sheldologist started on mediums, and he's still out there on mediums.
He's a stud.
He's got about maybe 20% of those mediums left, finishing up lap 13. Like Elzo coming in, getting off the hard.
Fastest lap until a bobble just now. So much for that.
I think Elzo's coming in because he's got some front end damage. Let me see if anybody has some rear end damage. Let's see if there's maybe they got into each other. Well, Stratos has front bumper damage and front left tire damage. Not sure if Stratos and Elzo got into it, or if that damage has been there a bit. JK85 and FAF Nate are only apart by about 3 seconds. It looks like everybody else in the field is pretty well spread out. But I haven't been able to keep track of who's taken the Joker lap and who hasn't. So a bunch of this race could get spread out as those different strategies unfold. And then we'll see them all come together we get closer to the end. Sheldologist here, he's got, God, There he goes, coming into the pits. He's low on fuel. That front left tire is just about ready to give up. Gonna get off those mediums. Strado's still out there on the hards. He's got, I think, about 40-45% tire left, but he's got damage. So I wonder how long he's going to ride out this damage before he can just come in and run the rest of the race. He's still got 20% of his fuel left, too? Oh, you both have taken both your Joker laps, Shell and Boba. So Sheldologist has fallen to third place, but Stratos and JK now are in first and second, but they have not pitted yet. JK85, his front left is also very low, 10-15%. But has well over a quarter tank of fuel left, so really saving on the fuel. And the fuel refill rate for this race is only 3 liters per second, so doing good with your fuel may save you quite a bit of time in the pits. C-Dubs, you're still pretty low on fuel.
Yeah, I took a splash.
Yeah, I guess going out on those softs, they weren't gonna last very long.
And I blew the whole thing of what I was doing softs for anyway, so I've gotten a penalty just about every lap.
Nate getting onto the, I think getting off of the hards, or maybe they're double stinting on hards, but filling that thing up. Oh, Stratos just left the room. I'd be interested if that was a DC or not. Oh, his game crashed. Okay, so not a DC. But another technical failure. JK85 still out there, has a quarter tank of fuel, but those tires are like 10% or less. So leading this race just by virtue of having not pitted. I think JK85 is the only driver who has yet to pit.
Speaking of pitting, I think I probably should have pitted just now. I don't think I've the fuel to make it back around.
JK85 is going to have to come in soon. And then we'll probably make it the rest of the way. This is lap 16, so it's made it over halfway on the hard tire. Not sure he'll be able to make the mediums last, though, for 14 laps. Estrados, did you get any of your Joker laps done? Oh, yeah, C-Dubs, you definitely need to come in. You have, like, no tire and no fuel. Are you out of fuel, too?
I'm idling.
Yeah, oh, whoops. Yeah, all right, we're just going to get off of C-Dubs there.
And now the good news is I can take every turn at full speed right now.
That'll went deep in the hairpin. Bandit got the apex right. Let's see, where's JK85? JK85, oh geez, did not pit. Still out there. I mean, typically your hey Slow-Mo, thanks for stopping in. Stratos hadn't done said he hadn't done his Joker laps yet. Again, remember the rules are for the Joker lap, you can't do it on the first lap of the race, you can't do it on the last lap of the race, and you can't do it on an out lap. And here at Catalunya, there are 2 Jokers. You cannot do both Jokers on the same lap. There, now JK's coming in. That poor front left tire. He's got fuel. That front left tire, he's going to have to now go 13 laps. Anxious to see if he sticks on the hards, or if you try, I don't know if the mediums would last. The mediums typically will last half as long as the hards, which would be 8 laps. I would only get him to lap 25. Anxious to see what JK comes out at. Sheldologist now regains the lead. Plenty of fuel, plenty of tire. Sheldologist looking good in this one. Bobagito's still holding on to that fastest lap with a 1:13.7 before he DC'd out. Oh, T-Case, me and C-Dubs are in the Joker Series production voice chat. You're welcome to join us if you want to commentate on this practice session. Sheldologist with a 1 second penalty, but has a 38-second lead over Bandit in P2. Bandit only has about 20% of their front left tire remaining. On hards, I don't know. I'm not sure if Bandit has pitted. I mean, Midnight Driver, or Bandit, still has a third of the fuel tank left. Oh, you're not at home, TKs. Okay. Yeah, we'll see if people want to run a second one or not. We've got 12 laps left to go in this one. We've lost 3 people. One was a game crash. I think Bobagito was a DC. Not sure what happened to Oak. I think Midnight Driver or Bandit here is just managing their tires. If they're going to make it to lap 20 on the hards and saving a lot of fuel, I don't think they pitted. He's got lap 11 and lap 10 for a 1:47 and a 1:43. Those are very long times. Unless he pitted back on lap 10. I mean, that's possible. Maybe he's eating up the tires. Made it 10 laps. He's trying to make it another 10 laps. That actually might be what happened. That would explain why they have more fuel. Yes, Stratos, I agree. I do like this combo myself. I mean, I've really been trying to put a lot of thought into these combos. Get some cars we don't typically use. Get them well matched. Yeah, T-Case, I think I'm down to something like 100 cars left to do in my database. I know since you guys like doing the road car combos, I can give you access to the database as I've got it so far. You know, give you like read only to it. I've actually got 2 copies of it. I got one that's what I'm calling the gold copy that only I have access to. And then I've got the other one that I will give to let other people get to. The thing we need to find out is if I give you viewer access to it, if you can use the filters, or if viewer only doesn't allow you to filter. BKG in the house. Welcome, sir.
BKG.
Congratulations on your DOF Racing sponsorship, that full motion sim racing rig. That is awesome. Can't wait to see you do an unboxing on that thing. Josh advertising for Hobby Lobby. Yeah, T-Case, if anything, later tonight, once I go off stream, we should get together. I'll give you access to that database and you can start looking through it. Last night I knocked out what cars we're going to use for the February race. And that went fairly quickly, so I'm excited for how I think that's going to help people come up with combos. Sheldologist has got his lead up to 49 seconds, and we know Shell has already done both of his Joker laps. He is running away with this one. JK85 did come out on mediums and was going to try to make 13 laps on mediums when he got 17 laps on hards. He's going to have to baby this, I think, to make that happen. Oh, interesting. I just noticed that once you are a lap down, it actually says 1 lap instead of having the time up there. Interesting. Josh, it depends on if people want to. When we're done here, I will run another one if people want to do it. VKG, that would be extremely difficult. After you guys were able to make the no-stopper work, I made it so that will be virtually impossible in this one. The tire wear and the fuel, both, are high enough that I don't think that's an option. No-stopper. I think it's possible, but it would be very slow. I mean, you could run on dead tires, and you could dial the fuel all the way down, but you would be so slow that it wouldn't be a workable solution, I don't. Granted, somebody could prove me wrong. Maybe somebody's going to no-stop it and win this thing, but I would be shocked if that happens. Oh, Better Dan joined up. We are down to 8 laps left. Like I said, if we've got more people that join in, we want to run a second practice, we will do that. The 24-hour one, yes, Josh, it is the Nürburgring track. So if you do, it's the orange track. If you get the orange track, once you've completed all the events, then the 24-hour race unlocks, and it's at the Nürburgring Endurance. You need 500 stars to actually unlock the event, though. But it shows up, it becomes visible after you've completed all the Nürburgring events. Here's Better Dan. Is it? Which track is the Le Mans one in, Dan? I thought Shaggy said the Le Mans one was either 12 or 8 hours. But is it 24? Excuse me, sorry. For those out there watching, I'll give the YouTube speech. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel. No, Better Dan, the bottom left one is, or no, wait. Are you talking about the yellow track or the orange track? Because the orange track is a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring. The yellow track, which is the historic track. I thought Shaggy said that was I thought he said it was a 12-hour race. JK85, I believe he's doing this as a two-stopper, and he has been able to stay solidly in second place. FAF Elzo and FAF Nate were at the back of the field in this one, and they are now in third and fourth. They are a minute 13 and a minute 17 down from the leader, respectively. Thanks for stopping by, Slow-Mo. Take it easy. Have a good night. And our own C-Dubs back here in fifth. Minute 35 down. That would be one lap down off the leader.
That's pretty good. Just one lap?
Yep. Metal coming in. I believe this is Metal's second pit stop, getting off the mediums. So it looks like Metal doing a two-stop strat. Sheldologist. I think Sheldologist just did the, let's see, what was that? I think it was Elzo who just did the Joker lap. Yep, Elzo just did the Joker lap. Do not see the turn signal on. Something to watch for in the race. Looks like Sheldologist is looking to lap third place here. Also coming in for another pit stop. JK85, 57 seconds back from Sheldologist. And FAF Nate is a total of a minute 19 down. So Sheldologist and JK are the only two on the lead lap at this point. Shaggy, 14.5. 14 fives on hards consistently in the race. That's a good pace. Yeah, a lot of these guys that are in the lobby here, this is the first time we've seen them in the Joker series. So I'm sure many of them are getting used to how this works, how the how to get through the strat here. Metal might have done a little bumping on JK85 there. Let's take a look at this one. Metal on racing softs, fresh racing softs. So looking to just put in some fast laps at the end here. Going through this fast right-hander. JK gets a little loose, and he got just the slightest of bumps. Trying to put down a heater here these last 4 or 5 laps. JK85 ended up with a big pen. Or not a big pen, I'm sorry, that's half a second. I thought it was 2.5 seconds. Half a second pen. We got 3 laps left to go. His tire is down to about 10%. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. Those FAF guys are fast. See, Nate looks like he's got the strategy down. On the hards, looks like he's going to make these hards last these last 3 laps. He's got a good 25% left on them. JK85 on the mediums has 5-10% of that tire left. C-Dub's up into 4th place now. Picked up a spot. Still got half those racing hards left. You can make those these last 3 laps. Bandit with 3 laps remaining on his 3rd set of racing hards, and they are not looking good. Those hards may not last to the end of the race. May have to pit a third time. Gonna have to figure out how to be a little easier on those tires. FAF Elzo on racing softs. 2.5 laps remaining.
Oh, I'm seeing a car in front of me. Who's in front of me? Sal, who's P3?
That's FAF Nate. That's ahead of you, P3. 9.2 seconds.
Okay. Should be easy for 2 laps. No problem.
You're on the racing hards. FAF Nate also on the racing hards, but their tires are down to 20%. But this is the final lap. We got the final lap flag. Sheldologist getting through the hairpin. Going through that lazy right-hander. And then he's going to get into these final chicanes, and Sheldologist, I think, putting everybody a lap down? Nope, JK85 is going to just avoid getting lapped here. So Josh, the exhibition, and if needed, if we have to run a qualifying race, those will be 18 laps. And I designed them to not have any strategy. Those are just going to be on speed. You are not going to need to pit for tires or fuel. Good job, Sheldologist. I'm taking the win on this one. JK85 has a sliver of tire left. It's just parked it at the end. He's the only other one on the lead lap. Actually, it looked like he ducked out. FAF Nate then listed as P2, C-Dubs P3. Bandit, oh, that front left tire is gone. There is nothing left on it. Limps at home on P4. FAF Elzo coming out of the last turn, bringing it home in P5. And Metal getting through the final chicane, bringing it through the penultimate corner. Brings it home in P6. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Sheldo. Sheldologist, pole position and a dominant victory. Puts everybody a lap down. JK was on the lead lap, but ended up quitting at the end. Stratos DNF'd. And then Oak and Bobagito also did not finish. But yeah, Nate, Bandit, Elzo, and JK85, Stratos, and Bobagito are all newcomers to the Joker series. So a lot of people getting their feet wet for the first time. Like seeing all the new faces. Hoping that they bring their teammates along to come cheer them on while they run in the competitive split.
So that's a fun combo. Good job on that, Sal. That's fun stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, the neat thing here, I think, is the guys up front smartly waited to do their jokers, I think, until we got a few laps down the road and got spread out. Like some of them, like obviously Daytona and that, you need to have a partner. Here you just want to be spread out so you don't cause any issues. And it really doesn't, I mean, it's fun to take the joker lap, but it's not going to make a huge outcome like it would at another race. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
well, I mean, that's probably going to be one of the strats, is that you can save a lot of time by using the full width of the track on both Joker entry and exit for both of them, that you can only do if you don't have cars around you. So if you end up in a tight battle with somebody else, taking your Joker lap may be slower than some of the other drivers. So
yep, I agree. Yeah, wait till you spread out. And obviously, we've proven here, hopefully we don't have any lobby issues next week, but we've proven here that this is the type of race where it is going to spread out fairly quickly. Within 5 or 6 laps, we should have a few seconds between each driver.
Yep. Well, and it all depends. As these guys get more practice and more consistent, I would imagine that we will see the field tighten up. And we did have, we had 7 of the 10 drivers made it to the end. JK85, I think, just ducked out on his own. Stratos had a game crash. I think Bobagito said that they had a lobby issue, and I don't know what happened to Oak. So it seemed like everybody made it. Hey, TKs, we'll see ya. Thanks for stopping in. Looking forward to having you commentate when we run this race for real next Wednesday. But Better Dan, if you're still out there, feel free to join in. Looks like we still got Sheldologist and Josh Moment running laps.
But yeah, if I'm Sheld, I'm staying out there all night. I mean, you know, I'm the champ. Let's do this. Well, Sal, I'm gonna bounce on you. I appreciate it. Appreciate you letting me pop in.
Yeah, thanks for chatting with us.
Yeah, a little practice. Thanks, guys, for and I'll continue to watch the YouTube here and here in a little bit.
Cool. Well, looking forward to listening to you and TK's commentating next week. You have a good night. We'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good, man. Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's get into the chat here. Womped? What is womped? Oh, I could use company. I will have to add you to the production role. And actually, with that said, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So I'm going to put everybody on break here. And yeah, what I can do is I'll add you temporarily to the voice chat, so you can come in and we can chat it up while doing this. So give me a couple of minutes. Everybody, hang out. If you're hanging out there, make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. If you want to run in this Joker Series race, go check out the link I have pinned in the chat. Go read up on what this is all about. You can register if you want to run in the competitive split for the prize that we have offered. Otherwise, if you just want to run it for fun, we will run at least one exhibition split. That'll be the first one we do for the night, and that's just first come, first serve. So that'll happen too. So, but yeah, go look at that stuff while we put you guys on break here for a minute. I'll be back shortly. are back. Sheldologist, I do have you in the role, so you should now see the SJS production voice channel if you want to jump in here and chitter chatter it up. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Doing good, Shell. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. This is a banger of a combo.
You like it, huh?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's the all four different cars have their advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, as soon as you run laps on all of them, there is definitely. I mean, some of the cars have more power. Other cars, certainly have more grip in the turns. Different fuel. Yeah.
And without brake balance, it's very imperative to get that car rotated. So, learning how to rotate each of the cars again.
Yep.
They have advantages and disadvantages, right?
Yeah, they definitely have different driving characteristics for sure. And that's the thing using the road cars is that you're not allowed to tune as much stuff. As soon as you turn BOP on, then the only things you can even allow to tune are the parts that it comes with. Josh likes the FT.
Whoa.
It's like,
here I am fiddling with my headset. I missed my breaking point.
better than out in the FT1. But yeah, what else did you learn in your stint there? I should ask, is this your first time practicing?
No, I ran the other night. I ran a couple laps. Probably, I wanted to see how long the mediums lasted. So I ran about 25 laps, and got some consistency down. And I essentially wanted to try the different cars as well to see which one is going to be the best for my driving style and ability.
Right. Okay.
So, and then we have Josh in the Toyota nailing down a 13.4.
Yeah, he was just saying in chat he's liking the FT1 so far. Better Dan also in the FT1. In that last race, there were a lot of LFAs in that race. And remind me, were you in the LFA or were you in the FT1?
I was in the LFA, and it can be a handful. Yeah, it can definitely be a handful if you're too greedy on the throttle.
Yeah, some of the cars definitely take a bit more throttle control than the others.
Now, what made you come up with these four cars with this track?
Well, so I was mentioning earlier, I've been putting together a database of all the cars.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, so in doing that, the way I'm doing is a little different in that I'm logging what the stock PP is for each possible tire in each car. So that allows me to what I did for this one is I already knew I wanted to do Catalunya, and I wanted to base it around the LFA. I don't think we see the LFA enough, so I wanted to use that one. And I just needed to find out what was going to be competitive with it. So using the database I've put together, I just basically figured out, okay, I did some testing on the LFA and was like, all right, I think I want to do this as a racing hard or a racing tires race. So I chose race. So in my database, I chose racing hard, and then I said, show me all the cars within like 50 pp plus or minus of what the LFA is. And then I tested. I think I tested eight cars total, and these four were the most competitive. I was able to get the closest times with these four cars. And then they had relatively similar tire wear and fuel burn, a little bit of difference, but none of the cars could go like double the amount of laps on their tires or go twice as far on fuel or anything like that. They're all relatively close.
And it is possible. It'd be interesting to see how many people do a single stop compared to a 2-stop strat.
Yeah, we saw a lot of people in that race do the 2-stop. But you did it as a 1-stop, didn't you?
Correct. Yeah,
Yep.
1-stop, and I had to fuel save for the second stint.
Okay.
But yeah, just wanted to see. You never know when you're not racing, when you're just running laps, and what 20 laps is going to get you for fuel and all that sort of stuff, right?
Well, it's like sometimes you have like more tire wear in the race because you're battling people, but you might get better fuel economy by using the slipstream. So, correct. I mean, it can kind of go both ways, and yeah, it's not until you actually get in the race, you really know what's going to happen, and then it may even change from race to race. Josh Polt wants to know what the pole for. What did you get for your time, for your pole position time in the last race? Wasn't it a
13.2 or 13.3, something like that?
That's what I thought.
But I had a big moment in one turn, which cost me probably 0.3, and then I missed an apex, which probably cost me 2 or 0.3.
Jeez, I just noticed Josh in this practice has the fastest lap of a 12.6.
Yeah.
We saw Stratos. We saw Stratos in the previous practice doing 112s, or had done a 112, but I think it was a 112.7. So I think this is the fastest lap I've seen so far. This is the tricky part. Like, you need to put in the practice on the softs for qualifying, but I mean, unless it's a special circumstance, I don't know if many drivers are going to run the softs in the race, unless they're doing like a 2-stop strat and they're going to do the last 5-6 laps on softs.
You could probably not on, well, if you fuel save, you might be able to go a hard soft combo.
I mean, you're talking about doing 25 laps on the hard tire and 25 laps on fuel.
Yeah,
that's a tall order. I'm sure it's doable, but I'm not sure how much your pace would suffer. I mean, somebody would have to...
That's true.
I mean, somebody was joking about doing a no-stopper, and I don't think a no-stopper is going to be viable. I think it's possible. I mean, you could fuel save enough, you could run around on dead tires if you absolutely wanted to, but I don't think there's any way anybody's going to win on a no-stopper. Not like in the last race. Honestly, at Horse Thief Mile, I did not design that to be a no-stop. I didn't think a no-stop strat was going to work, and then I was promptly proven wrong.
But was that no-stop, was that aided by Josh going... was it Josh that went off, or late in the race?
Well, it depends on which split. So VKG and... Who was the other person? There was VKG and one other person did the no-stop in the first split.
Mm-hmm.
And made it work. And VKG practiced it. I watched him practice that. He ran, I think, 5 full races in practice, and he made it work. So I knew beforehand that it was very viable. He was quick in it. I wasn't able to do it when I practiced it.
Yeah.
And then when Josh saw that VKG did it in the first split, because he did pit in the first stint, but in the second split, Josh did a no-stopper and dominated that race. And then the third race, I think most of the people did a no-stopper, except for those that were in the Radical. I think the Radical, you couldn't do a no-stop, but you could in both the Expo and the Maono. But you did have the fuel save to do it.
These tracks you're using are like very, very rarely used. I want to say I've only ever seen Horse Thief Mile used once in a daily.
And I think it was daily A.
Yeah, it was a daily A with the Mazda Miatas, was it not?
I think so. T-Case knows for sure, but if he was still here, he could tell us. But I remember he mentioned that it was a daily A that had that. But yeah, a number of I'm limited to, right now I think I've got 14 tracks in my arsenal that have Joker laps, which I was so glad to learn that Yas Marinas has It actually has 4 Joker lap options. One is you would have to do as a meme race because you actually go off in the dirt. But the other 3 are legit Joker laps. So it's going to be the only track in the game that has 3 legitimate Joker lap options. So I can't wait to fit that into the schedule.
With the update, was there not more reverse tracks added?
The Nürburgring, I think, was the only reverse that was added. And I have not done that one. I don't think there were any other reverse layouts added to the game. Not that I remember. Like Eiger Nordwand, they have as a had a reverse, but that already existed.
One thing you could do as well, you could add in, even if a track doesn't have a specific no penalty Joker lap area, could you not have it where you do a stop and go, say in the middle of the straightaway within a certain amount of space, like say 100 meters before the start finish line, you have to come to a complete stop and then keep going?
You know, that's not a bad idea. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, I mean that would open it up to every track in the game. Then
every track,
yeah.
Yes.
You just pick a spot where you're right. You could set aside, much like I do in the documents with the commitment lines and all that. I could just map out and say, hey, between this marker and this marker is the stop and go zone, and you just have to do that. But to be honest, now that they've provided in the lobby settings the required pit stops, you could just have a pass-through pit stop as well.
Yes. Which, that's what they give us most of the time for daily C. Well, not most of the time. A fair amount with daily C is we're running a useless pit stop. You're pretty much trying to just time it so you come out in clean air.
Yep. I don't necessarily like the pit stop one just because it's a no-brainer. Like, there's no skill involved. You know, going through the Joker lap, there's still a little skill. You still have to, traverse the corner. You got to look out for the other drivers, all that kind of stuff. And so while the stop and go, whether it be in the pit lane or whether it be on a section of the track, would make other tracks viable for sure. I don't know. It really all depends. With me running this as a monthly series, the fact that I've got 14 tracks means that we can go over a year before we repeat a track.
Yes.
So it's not like I have a shortage of tracks or anything. It's not like I'm doing this weekly and every 3 months I'm cycling through the list again.
And also you can run back to the tracks that are with different car combos.
Oh yeah. Oh, I definitely plan on doing that. I'm not gonna repeat the car track combo if I can help it. And there are some of them.
Your last name isn't PD?
And there are some of them on here that do have reverse layouts. Like Grand Valley 1 has, in fact, even Catalunya here. These Joker laps can be done both on this national layout and the full layout. So those are technically, they're technically the same track. They're 2 totally different layouts. So when we come back here, we'll do the other layout. And then like Grand Valley Highway 1 technically has 4 different layouts. They have the full course reverse, and then they've got the short course reverse. And the Joker lap that's there is common amongst all 4 of them. So in a way, I've actually got 4 different combos just with the track at Grand Valley Highway 1.
Mm-hmm.
Catalunya, we've got 2. I'm trying to think. Most of the, I think those might be the only ones that have multiple layouts that we can use. Because Daytona's only got the 1. Le Mans got the 1. Horse Thief Mile has the 1. Streets of Willow Springs, I believe that has a forward and a reverse. So there'd be 2 of them there. And the fact that Streets of Willow Springs has 2 different Joker lap options So we could, if I wanted to, run and say, hey, when we do it in this layout, we do this one Joker lap. When we do it in the other, we do the other Joker lap. Versus having 2 Joker laps in the same race. That's an option. Road Atlanta only has the one layout, but it has 2 different Joker laps that I may, switch up depending. I may do one or the other instead of both. I'm not sure yet. Those are the types of things I still have to figure out. If people like having to do 2 Joker laps in the same race, if that makes the strategy that much more enticing and fun, then I'll probably continue to do that. But if we get to where it's just the combo itself and that the Joker lap is just like having one of them is enough to make it interesting, something like Road Atlanta, I may only say, okay, we're going to do this one this time, we'll do this other one the other time. And we could do the same thing here at Catalunya. I decided to do 2 because I wanted to try it.
Yes, absolutely.
But if people decide, that they'd rather do one or the other and not both, I could always limit that.
And it does open up a whole bunch more strategy when it comes to running the Joker lap, because you don't know, if you're not paying attention, who's done which Joker lap. And correct me if I'm wrong, the person taking the Joker lap is the one responsible for keeping contact free, correct?
For the most part, that is correct. Okay, so Metal was just asking in the chat, the 2 Joker laps have to be on separate laps. You can't do both Joker laps on the same lap. But to answer your question, Shell, for Joker A, the first Joker lap, it is the Joker lap driver's responsibility both on Joker entrance and exit to avoid contact. But on Joker B, it is the Joker lap driver's responsibility to avoid contact on Joker entrance, but it is the other driver's responsibility to avoid contact on Joker exit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's both their responsibilities, but the typically the non-Joker lap driver will come screaming around that corner and go wide, and that's where the Joker lap driver will likely be coming out, is to the far right. Joker lap driver could try coming out of it to the far left to get a better setup to the next corner, but that is a big crisscross, and then it's both drivers' responsibility, I guess, to avoid doing that.
Yes, so
like I'm saying, both drivers don't have the ideal line.
Some gamesmanship could be done.
Yep.
If you know somebody hasn't taken their Joker lap, and not necessarily blocking them from taking it, but not making it easy on them to get into that Joker lap, the one at the end of the back straight would probably be the hard one or the easy one to slow somebody up, because that's racing line, right?
Yep, that's exactly it. So like in the last race, you had Bo Bagito on your butt for a little while. And if you are getting to the end of the race and you somehow know he hasn't taken that Joker lap and he's right behind you, then you have the advantage. Like, you're going to be the driver ahead, and both of you are approaching that corner on the same racing line. And it's up to the Joker lap driver not to plow into the back of the guy who's slowing down earlier to make the hairpin.
Yes.
So yes, there is definitely some, I'll call it strategy involved with when and when not to take the Joker lap, because of how it could affect the drivers around you. It happens more so at the other tracks. All right, so Metal's asking, turn signals should have priority of Joker lap line. The turn signal is required just to alert the drivers around you that you are going to be taking it. At this track, because it's the Joker lap driver will be going through that corner at a higher rate of speed for both Joker laps, it is their responsibility to avoid the contact. So having your turn signal on does not allow you the privilege of being able to go flying into a corner and thus running into the back of the person in front of you, because I don't expect the driver in front to look in their rear view mirror close enough to realize the guy behind you has their turn signal.
Doesn't give you the right of way.
Right, it doesn't give you the right of way over the car in front of you. Now, at other tracks, there is if the Joker lap driver will be slowing down more, then having your turn signal on indicates that yes, you have I identify in the document where what I call the protected zone is. And that is where you as the Joker lap driver, and I call this out in the document, or if it's the other driver who is protected in that protected zone, or who has the right of way in that protected zone. And therefore, if that person is following the rules, has the turn signal on, stays in the protected zone for the entirety of the protected zone, then if there's contact, it's the other driver that will be at fault. Even if in a normal race, they would not have been. So, for example, if you were to have, at Daytona, when you come out of the Daytona Tri-Oval, typically you come out of the Tri-Oval, and if you shoot up onto the high bank, and somebody's coming up behind you and plows into the back of you, typically it'd be the person behind who would be at fault for having plowed into the back of the person in front of them. But that would not be the case. The Joker lap driver in that case would be at fault. Actually, the same thing applies here on the first Joker. Coming out of that first Joker, if you shoot all the way to the right side of the track onto the racing line, and you will naturally be going slower than the drivers that didn't take the Joker lap, and then somebody rear ends you, it's your fault for having shot onto the racing line when you're not up to race pace.
Much like NASCAR or Indy on coming out of the pits. Takes you that much longer to get up the race speed. They stay low.
Yep.
Everybody knows you stay low.
Yep. So coming out of that first Joker, as you're heading towards the hairpin at the end of the straight, the Joker lap driver comes out of there and should stay to the left. And again, all of these rules only apply if there's contact.
Josh with some crazy drift in action in the Countach.
He likes doing that. Once he's had his practice in, he likes just goofing around. But yeah, if you're on a section of track and there is nobody around you, you can take whatever angle in and out of the Joker lap that you want, and there's no penalty. The penalty only applies if there's contact. Then it's a matter of who was obeying the etiquette. And it's the same thing that applies in every corner normally. You can go through any corner any way you want if there's no other cars around. But if you're going side by side into a corner, you, as the car on the outside, aren't entitled to the apex because there's a car already there. So this is just, the rules are different because the cars will be running at different speeds. So you have to kind of anticipate that. You come out of that first Joker, and if you shoot over the racing line and you misjudge it, the guy who's coming down that straightaway is fast enough and hits the back of you and you spin out, you're actually at fault for it. And in fact, you'll get a penalty because you will have caused them damage by shooting onto the racing line when you weren't supposed to. But again, if there is no other car coming, you can shoot out on the racing line. There is no penalty because nobody got hit.
So, 4D racewear.
Yes.
Run me through how did you get in contact with that company? And they seem, I was checking out their website, and sure seems like they have some quality items.
Yeah, I had actually been looking at their stuff before this sponsorship deal became available, so it just kind of landed in my lap.
Oh, that's perfect.
Landed in my lap meaning So VKG, Viking King Gaming, him and some of the other guys who had gone to the Chicago Sim Racing Expo have started up a company called Summit Media. And what they are doing is they are bridging the gap between companies and creators. In that, a lot of these companies don't advertise. Like the big ones do. Fanatec, Logitech, they advertise, on TV. They buy ads in games. But smaller companies like 4D Raceware do not.
Correct.
So people like Summit, or companies like Summit Media, go to them and say, and so they have signed drivers. So that's what happened to me. Viking King Gaming approached me asking if I would essentially sign on as a creator with Summit Media. And then they would then be out trying to market me to potential advertisers or companies.
Yeah.
So they got in touch with 4D. They pitched both me and Papa. And so now 4D is sponsoring both the Joker Series and the PHG World Series. But it's all because Summit Media bridged that gap. The guys that run that are, they're the, how do I want to say it? They're good with the putting deals together, and talking to people. I'm talking to you right now, and I enjoy talking to my friends. I love this community, but in my real private life, I am not much of a people person. I like solitude. I work from home full time. I don't like crowds, that kind of stuff. But, so I'm not the kind of wordsmith that can approach a company like that, pitch myself, and land a deal. But people like Viking and the other people in Summit Media can. So they understand the value of what I bring as the content creator. They've been watching my streams. They've been watching Papa streams and the PHG World Series and all that stuff. So they know how to pitch what the audience that they would provide to a company like 4D Racer.
Yeah, which is great. Like that's a huge benefit for, especially somebody who doesn't even know where to start.
Right, and that's me. I would have no idea where to start with something like that.
Yeah, for me as much like you, small content creator, you've been doing it a little longer than I have, but where you get into, I wouldn't even know where to start. Like you contacts, or do you just start emailing guys? And that's a good service. Essentially, they're recruiting quality, good people to represent brands.
In a way, they're almost acting like agents. Like an agent for an actor. It's like, hey, we're trying to get you a movie deal. And that's kind of what they're doing. They're putting advertisers in touch with creators so that they can market directly to the people that are watching our channel already.
Yes.
And then we're just doing what we do, creating content. The only thing I'm doing additional is throwing their logo up on my screen and talking about them. And letting people know that they exist and that they have good products at good prices, which they do.
So do you talk to, are you in contact? Obviously you are with the company. Yep. One thing I think they need to add to their website is they need to have pictures on of the soles of the shoes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because you see the stitching, you see the top of it and everything, but that would really determine. That would be if somebody wants to order them, that's something they want to know before they order, because they want to see, is this going to be rigid enough? Is it going to be comfortable enough? Is it going to provide enough grip? Like for me, I just use an old pair of Puma slip-ons essentially.
Okay. And
they're comfortable and they're light, and the soles are not overly thick, but they're getting up there in age, and that's deterring me from actually ordering, is seeing the entire product and what you're going to get.
Sure. Well, so VKG has the shoes. He's ordered them, or I think he got a pair when he was at the Chicago Expo, and he and I one-on-one have talked about it. He raves about them. He loves them. So you could certainly ask him for some impartial third-party feedback. But otherwise, yes, I am in a group chat with the owner of 4D Racewear, so I could certainly bring that up to him as well, just as a suggestion. And,
and where are they located?
I know this. I can look it up. Hold on.
Well, like region of the, I'm assuming the United States. They're probably East Coast.
I'll tell you in just a second. Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, Josh, it wouldn't surprise me at all if BKG has already reached out to Brigsby about possibly, some kind of sponsorship deal. C-dubs. Yeah, Shell asking all the hard questions. No, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. This is what people want to know, and this is why they want to sponsor the channel, is to get their name in front of people who've maybe thought about it but are reluctant to pull the trigger on buying the product. That you've got a group of people that are using the product, so we can vouch for it. I haven't received mine yet. I am getting a pair, and I will be able to tell you personally how I think about it, and I can send you pictures and all that stuff too. But I'm not sure exactly when they're showing up. I'm not sure if it's going to be tomorrow or this weekend or what. But so I could bridge that gap too. But I think it's a good idea for them to provide that for others that maybe aren't talking to me.
How are your new pedals?
I like them. I'm still getting used to them, but it's starting to come together. I do feel like I have a lot more control over what the car is doing on like corner entrance and how much I'm making it, because they've always talked about how you make the car steer with the brake, and I never quite understood that with my other pedals. I'm understanding that more now. I don't think I'm an expert at it by any means yet, but I'm getting it.
So these are load cell pedals, correct?
Yes.
I found when I went from the regular, I guess Hall sensor or whatever, TPM sensors that Thrustmaster use I guess it was Thrustmaster. Then I went to the CSL regular pedals with Fanatec, and then to the CSL load cell. Other than it being stiffer than molasses in January, the ability to race close got so much better because you had that instant. I found you got that instant response with the brake pedal. You could very easily slow your car really, really fast, where you have that extra travel when it's judging on distance of your pedal travel, right?
Right.
That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, because now it's more about how much force you're applying and less about how far the brake pedal is being pushed.
Exactly, and once you dial it in and for me, when I upgraded to the V3s, they actually were not good at all without the brake performance kit. I had to take them back off my rig, put my CSL load cells back on, and wait for the brake performance kit to show up, because it was just they were almost unusable coming from a load cell and going to the load cell with such long travel. I couldn't get used to it.
And these Logitech ones still have a decent amount of travel on them. I've seen others where they barely move at all. This one still has movement. Not as much as my 923 pedals. And it certainly gets stiffer as you push it. but they do still have quite a bit of travel to them. So it's still a bit familiar, but because of the increase in pressure, I feel like I have more control over what I'm doing. You know, like with the other one, it was too easy just to push it all the way down. And then you barely lift up at all, and it comes all the way back. You know, whereas, you know, these ones, I feel like I have a lot finer control over how much pressure I'm applying.
And again, once you get fully used to them and fully committed to the muscle memory, it's gonna, I found it made me way more consistent as well.
Right. I feel like I'm faster in them already. But I haven't raced with them much. All I've done is single player stuff. I haven't done any competitive racing with the new pedals yet. But I also don't run dailies or GTWS very often. So really, once the PHG World Series gets here, it's a matter of whether I'm actually going to suit up for a couple races or if I'm going to be strictly production. Last season, I was hoping to run more than just one race. But ultimately, I was so busy with production, I wasn't able to do more than one race.
Yeah, the amount of work you guys put in is so greatly appreciated by everybody in the community. From the production, from the combos, the organization, the bookkeeping, the sponsorships, everything. It's a massive step forward for our community and just how open our community is with other teams and other people, fart team members, and it's I cannot thank you, Shaggy, Papa, everybody else involved in the production. I know I'm forgetting a bunch of people. Titanium for doing all the bookkeeping. It's
Yeah, I mean...
Forever gratitude.
I'm really glad to hear that people appreciate it. I've always had... The very first time I did NRL was when I kind of fell in love with the whole commentary thing. It's like I'd run many daily races, many GTWS races, but it's always just you. You know, and there's the few times that maybe you were in a race with another streamer and you found that you would go back to their stream just to see how your race looked from their vantage point.
Oh, absolutely.
And but then when we ran an NRL where there was commentary, like the whole point was to talk about how the drivers are doing. Like I would run NRL and I would go back and rewatch like the entire stream to be like, okay, what did they say about when this happened or when that happened, or what did they say about like, it looked like something went on up ahead, but I have no idea what it was. And then you hear the commentators talk about it. It's like, it just adds a whole nother depth to what you're doing. So I fell in love with that. So helping provide the actual production so that others can do the same. And it certainly draws in more viewers. Absolutely. So you guys as drivers and as racers and as other streamers get more exposure. So it's really a win-win across the board for everybody.
With IRO coming up, that's a once a month thing as well, correct?
Last season or last year, it was once a month for 10 months. Now they're doing only 8 races. So I think there's even some month gaps in there.
Okay.
But it's never more than... There's never 2 in a month. It's either 1 a month or 1... Or they might skip 1 and it's in 2 months.
I haven't had a chance to look at the calendar and then compare it to PHG World Series. Are there any conflicting dates?
I'm sure there are, but I haven't looked at it.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to organize that a little bit.
Yep. And Slick, to answer your question, we have not run a second race. Me and Shell have just been talking. Shell's had a lot of good questions, so we haven't actually fired up a second race, and now there's only 2 people in the lobby. So, or no, we do have a third. Oh, Rowdy Burns.
Yeah,
one of the
Rowdy
VIP
Burns
guys.
just popped in.
I mean, I'd be willing to fire. I mean, Slick, if you want to come in and we want to fire up a race with just 4 people in here, I'll kick one off, and me and Shell can just keep talking while everybody races.
Yeah, we could do maybe an 18 lap short guy.
Oh, I could switch
Or
it
would
to the
you-
18 lap, unless these guys want to do the full race to try to get the strategy.
Yeah, either or.
Yeah, Josh says he'll come back if we start one. Well, how about
Perfect.
this? Well, let me see. It's 4 minutes to the top of the hour, so let's say we'll start a race at the top of the hour. Let me put that in the chat here. Rowdy's asking you in soft. I'm not sure what that means. Oh.
You're typing to him?
Yeah. The
All right,
racing
cool.
card is required in the race, but all tires are available. The 3500, Josh? I think that I did one of the single player races with those.
Did they forget track limits with the update?
It seems like it, doesn't it?
Oh man, such a rush. How about the news out of Project Motor Racing letting go
I
a
just saw
significant
that.
portion? That's too bad for those individuals. But
Absolutely.
now is that people who were highly in with the packaging of the game and how the final product came out?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Or is this...
I saw the announcement, that's all I know.
Or is this maybe they have not the uptick in players they were hoping, and they're trying to save as much money as they can? It's the cutthroat business if you're not nailing it.
Yeah, so PMR had, Josh is asking what went on with PMR. PMR had, I guess, layoffs. They put out a post where they said that a number of their development team were let go, but they are still committed to updates and making the game better and all that stuff. They just lost people. They didn't necessarily say why, if it was a company downsizing, or if it really was layoffs, or if it was people they felt were responsible for the bad product. I have no idea. All it said was that some people were let go, but they are still committed to the game. I'm still committed to PMR. I've got it. I haven't run it very much, but I'm hoping it gets better. All right, so Josh, get back in here, and we'll start it up. I think once Rowdy figures out which car he can get in with, then we'll get started. Oh yeah, Slick, were you going to get back in here too? Oh, he's on his way. Okay.
Is Vetter Dan still around?
I think he took off. I think we took too long.
Are you gonna race with us?
You know, I wasn't planning on it.
You know you wanna.
You know, I kind of want to do the McNaughty thing where I make the combo, but don't
reveal your secrets.
Don't reveal the secrets. like in my test, like I've figured out some of the strategy. Well, I made the combo because of some of the strategy, and there are certainly, even in the 4 events we've had so far, there have been times where I have yet to see anybody figure out the strategy that I kind of intended. In that I thought that the strategy I was intending for people to use would have been quicker, but like they didn't figure out this detail. But then there's been others where they figured it out better than me. Like at what was it? At Horse Thief Mile, the whole no stop was something I didn't think was going to be a thing. But people figured that out better than me. At Monza, the Ferrari was definitely the fastest thing in a straight line by far. But if we would have been able to get 2 or 3 Corvette drivers to hook up and slipstream off each other and not try to pass, then they could keep up with the Ferraris on the straight, and the Corvette was definitively quicker through the corners. So the Corvettes could have won the Monza race, but we never got 2 or 3 Corvette drivers to stop fighting for position and just work with each other like it was the Daytona trial. If they would have done that, I think Corvettes could have won that race, because the Corvette was also better on tires than the Ferrari. But nobody seemed to figure that out. Yeah, see, so Josh says he felt like the Ferrari was better, but in all my testing and even watching the other drivers, most of the other drivers had a better... The Corvettes caught up and could even pass the Ferraris when they got to the twisty bits. It was only on the straightaways that the Ferraris took off. But maybe nobody else figured out the Ferrari like Josh did. That's possible. What were you going to say, Shell?
I was going to say, so out of the races so far, who was the closest to being on your ideal strat, what you thought was going to be quickest? Do you remember?
No, not necessarily. I don't remember. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out what problem Rowdy's having here trying to get in. He's having a hard... He's saying 556 horsepower doesn't work. I'm like, but you don't have to change the horsepower. With Bop on, that shouldn't matter. Oh, I wonder... Whoops.
The FT1 really is a nice looking car.
Mm-hmm. He says, I actually have a connecting rod. I'm not sure what connecting rod means. It should be that with BOP on, it shouldn't matter what parts you have on, other than if you have the wide body kit, BOP doesn't take that off, and then your car doesn't work. Or if you have NOS, or if you have an engine swap, then your car wouldn't work. But any other parts you should be able to put on, and it just takes it off.
But
as part of BOP.
but you have the minimum weight set, and you have the
well, right, because BOP
PP
should
set.
return it, because the BOP
Yeah.
should return the PP and the weight back to stock. You shouldn't have to change it. But I mean, this is part of going through this. People can work out the bugs. Once Rowdy gets back and he gets in, we'll get this going. I was hoping to have gotten it going already. But
what time we got? 7 after 8.
yeah, for me it's 7 after 9. This will take. I don't remember what was the runtime. Results. It was 38 minutes 50 seconds was what you did. So it was under a 40-minute race, but we do have a 5-minute qualifier unless we want to turn qualifying off.
Yeah, maybe turn qualifying off.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll just turn qualifying off in order to speed things up.
Put Josh and I at the back. There we go.
Actually, I'm going to do a double reset here, guys, to get the time back to original, too. Although I think when we start quali, the time does reset, but
I believe so, yeah.
I do the double reset just to make sure. I'm hoping maybe that'll help with any lobby connection issues, too, that people have been experiencing. Yeah, in my testing, I've often found that I've been able to determine that, okay, this one seems to be the meta car, or these two, and like at Tsukuba, I had the Audi as an option, but it was garbage. If anybody chose it, you weren't going to win. But I had it in the list. I had it in the list so that people would need to practice. Like in most of the races, I've included a car that shouldn't work. But I've tried to stay away from one that's the outright meta. Alright, let everybody know we're going to get started. Oh, that's right. I didn't set the where I put in the order. So you guys are just going to be out front. If anything, drop to the back.
Yeah. Just gonna. Oh yeah, we are straight to.
Yeah, Josh, you also drop to the back, and then we'll go, or then you guys can go. Boo.
Oh, awesome. Horns.
I mean, Rowdy on VIP, he's probably also pretty quick. I don't think I've ever seen him race, but the VIP crew are all quick.
I've raced with him quite a bit in dailies and what have you, but he is, he's quick. Comparable to myself and Josh.
Okay. Did you hear that, Josh? Sheldologist is comparing his speed to yours.
Oh, not when I'm in the gravel.
No, don't do that.
I'm trying to give Rowdy some company.
He is in the GTR. He has his hazards on. Is he auto driving?
Well, that's me with my hazards on.
No, so does Rowdy. Yeah, I think he's on auto drive right now. Not sure why. Yeah, looking at his throttle inputs, I think that's the AI running the car. So I'd say work on your own strat.
Yep.
Now be careful in game. If you've got your hazards on, then I don't think we can see your turn signals.
No, you cannot.
So, got to be careful about that. Oh, Metal missed the
Metal going a
first turn.
little long.
That first corner. If you brake, like 50 feet too late, you go way off into the gravel. The car is unforgiving under braking. Like if you miss your braking point, that's gonna be a penalty. Maybe it's not. How'd you avoid a pen on that?
I think because I went all the way out to the gravel trap.
Oh, so it slowed you down anyway. It figured that was punishment enough. Oh, Rowdy, his wheel was in EC mode. Let's see, is he back? Yeah, now he's back. Yep, he's racing. All right. Well, this is a good strategy session. So you guys can work out again what your strategies are going to be, what your fuel burn's going to be, what your tire wear is going to be.
And for anybody who's got braking zones on, going into turn 1, they are not right at all. So,
nope.
Like I do drive with braking zones on. I don't use them per se.
I don't have the braking
especially on a track like this.
I just have the indicator so that it flashes the number.
Yeah.
That's all mine does.
For me, it's more of a safety crutch.
Sure.
For not necessarily my braking, but if I'm in traffic, I don't want to nuke somebody.
Right.
If I can't see my braking marker.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because you have the one that kind of like builds up and then starts flashing, so you can see as you're approaching it. The form I have on, all it does is it starts flashing when you've gone too far, I think. But I don't see the on-track indicator or that build-up in the coloring. But like I do have the other assist I run is the apex indicator. And
you run the. I was going to say you run the apex indicator, and that helps you with what?
Well, so one on like the long corners to help. It gives me a visual for where's like the halfway point. Where the apex is supposed to be in theory. It also helps at night and in the rain. When you have low visibility, that apex indicator, that little arrow, lights up, and you can't miss it. So even though it might be dark and you might have a blind corner coming up, you can still see where the apex is going to be.
Okay. I've only used it for one race, and that was our PHG World Series race at the Nords. Because prior to that race, I had never really driven it, so I didn't know the track.
Josh out into the lead.
Josh is flying out here.
Yeah, he's quick. He's controller quick.
He's on controller?
Yep.
How'd it be?
Him and Shaggy. Yeah, he was saying that in chat. We were sitting here doing all this wheel talk, and he's like, and here I am with my controller. Oh, Rowdy actually left. I wonder if he just got too far behind.
Oh, missed my braking point.
Ooh, yeah, you did.
Just a bit outside.
Were you trying to take the Joker lap?
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to push, but I don't know the braking points with this car.
Yeah, that one's a bit... I mean, that Joker lap can be a bit more finicky because you can carry so much more speed through it than you can
Yes.
through the hairpin. But that means, 5 miles an hour too fast and off you go.
You couldn't have told me that 45 seconds ago.
I mean, I suppose on the apex, if you're 5 miles an hour off, it's also bad. But it seems to be that it's easier to realize that, I need to slow down more. On that longer turn, you're trying to push it so much that you can just sort of float yourself off the edge. At least in the apex, if you're 5 miles an hour over, you can kind of reel it back in. You just turn the wheel straight, let it slow down, and then keep turning. You can't do that when you're trying to go through a high-speed corner. You turn the wheel straight and you're off. Josh is up by 2.4 seconds over Slick now. So he's pulling away. I mean, you and Bobagito kind of ran away from... Well, you, Bobagito, and Oak. Oak was keeping up with you guys, even though he was getting...
With penalties. Yeah, I heard you.
It was like, oh boy. But then he ducked out. I don't know if he DC'd or if he got frustrated with all the penalties. Slick taking the Joker lap, has his turn signal on. Nice and clean through there. Funny thing is,
what's that like?
That Joker B is so wide. Like, you could go too wide through that corner.
Absolutely.
Joker A is a little more narrow, but you could still do it. But man, it would cost you guys a lot of time. I think that second one, you could actually still go through it and not lose a lot of time side by side. And I was going to say, if we ever wanted to use Catalunya as like a meme race, there is another Joker lap option.
Oh, the Rallycross.
No, so that's a different track. I'm saying at this track, there is a third Joker option. What it is...
Oh, I missed my braking point.
I'll follow you here and I'll point it out. Well, basically, it's at the end. Those chicanes at the end. The first right-hander, if you go straight where the white offset barriers are, you can weave through those and not get reset. And then you have to go to the right to come back to the track, and you can do that. But if you get to the orange barricades, then you get reset.
And if somebody does not take their Joker lap correctly and they get reset, that does not count as their Joker lap, correct?
It depends. So if they completely miss the Joker and really don't do any of it other than like the 20% that they flew through, then no, it doesn't count. But if they made it, over, I think I said like 60%, like over half, if you made it a little over half of the way through the Joker and then you lost control and you got reset, you lose so much time from the reset that we're not going to punish you or make you have to do it again. That's good enough. Like, you did the Joker, you just didn't do it perfect.
Good job, good effort.
But if you totally miss it, like at Daytona, where if you didn't brake enough and you just completely missed it, then no, that didn't count. But if you kind of if you made it into the Le Mans chicane, you made it back, and then you biffed it on exit and spun out, and then got reset or something, it's like, well, that would have counted. So that's the barometer. You need to have made it over halfway through the Joker successfully before something bad happens. Then it counts. You'll still get a penalty for track limits, but we're not going to make you completely redo the Joker. You only have to redo the Joker lap if you didn't make it at all. And the tricky part with that is there is a abort penalty. If you turn on your turn signal and you say you're going to do the Joker lap, and then you just don't do it, you're going to get a penalty for that. Because you're not allowed to
psych somebody out.
Right. You're not allowed to make somebody take a line that you have to use your Joker lap to force somebody into a bad line. Otherwise, somebody ahead may say, oh, I'm taking my Joker lap this time, and just keep doing it every lap, forcing the guy behind to have to take a less than ideal line over and over again. It's like that wouldn't be fair. But it all comes down to intent. If somebody turns on their turn signal and they attempt the Joker lap, but they fail at it miserably, we won't give them the abort penalty, because the abort penalty is going to be harsh. I don't know, it's going to be like 5 or 10 seconds. I still need to write down what all the actual penalties are going to be. Whereas a track limit penalty will be your typical half second, 1 second type thing. But if you try to do it and just fail at it, and you lose a bunch of time because you attempted it, then you're not going to get the abort penalty. You're just going to have to do it again. You know, like at Daytona, like you tried to slow down but totally missed it, you're still going to have lost like 8 seconds on the track by having done that. Like, there's no reason to have to punish you further. But the intention is that if somebody turned on their turn signal and never slowed down, just blew right by it, that's where you get the abort penalty.
So it's important to shut off your turn signal, Grandpa.
Yep. Yeah, that's something I'm going to have to remember to cover in the driver's meeting. Because people aren't used to using the turn signal. If you turn it on, do your Joker lap, forget to turn it off, then every lap after that, you're essentially showing people you're going to take it, and you don't. Now, we talked about this a little bit, me and the stewards, and if there's nobody around you, then we're going to just let that slide as a no harm, no foul, if it's obvious you've just left it on. But if there are other cars around you, we have to penalize you. And if that means you went 10 laps in a row with it, you get 10 penalties. Like, sorry, but you are impacting the people around you because of your mistake. Even though it's not intentional, you're still going to get penalties.
You are now a lap down.
Who's the lap down? Metal?
I was saying, if you're 10 laps with your signal on.
Yep. That you could potentially be... Well, and again, if you're around somebody for all 10 laps, yeah, I mean, you could rack up, I mean, whatever we decide. It's probably going to... Let's say it's 5 seconds. Yeah, you'll have racked up 50 seconds worth of penalties because of how that could impact the other drivers. And the point is that the penalty is worse than what you're doing. And that's the way it always is, right? Like, you don't make the penalty equal to what you did or the time that it would have lost, because then it doesn't hurt, you know? Like, the punishment to the crime has to be worse than, you know, whatever. You know, like, you steal $100 from somebody, you don't get fined $100. You get fined $200. Holy, yeah, Josh, 12 laps in and his front left is dead. Like dead.
Really? I still got...
And that was on mediums. Yeah, you have 25% left. So you are doing way better on your front left than Josh was. But again, Josh on controller. Controller players are notoriously bad on tires. Yeah, that's what he just said. Controller moment. So he had to pit way early. He's looking at a potential two-stop strat. If I can talk. Jeez.
I mean, I guess that's what we get for spending thousands of dollars on gear.
Yeah, we get better tire wear. That's about it. See, now Slick he's got half his tires left.
Is he on hards?
Oh, yeah, he is on hards. Yep, that's why. Metal's on medium and still has
penalty.
half of his front left.
He pit already. He pit on laps 9, I believe.
Oh, he's pit twice. Nope, never mind. He pit lap 4, it said. No, that can't be right. That's got to be a glitch. It's looking at the times, yeah, he pit at the end of lap 6. But the display is showing he pit on lap 4. That's not great. Yeah, Josh has fresh hards. I mean, I don't know. He could potentially make hards go... Well, he's going to have to go 18 laps on those hards. I don't know that... And being on controller, I think he's going to end up doing a 2-stop. The thing is he going to wait until the very end and do a 5-lap soft stretch?
When I was just running laps earlier this week, I could get mediums about 20 laps. But that's no traffic. That's not fully pushing. That's just seeing where I could be at.
Shaggy's saying you can do 17 or so on hards, but it's not optimal over 15. Well, you know what? Looking back at my notes, there actually was a pretty decent difference in the tire wear among the cars. Or a pretty significant difference in tire wear.
I'd imagine the NSX and GTR probably have the best tire wear.
I will not comment.
You cannot confirm nor deny.
I will not confirm nor deny. This is why I don't want to run the race. I want you guys you guys figure it out. Run the laps.
Nice Glomar answer.
Like, I don't know. Do some practice. Which you have. Right,
it's a long pit here, too.
Yeah, so you're 15 laps in. You've got, what, about 20% of that tire left, it looks like?
Yeah, 15, 20.
Yeah. See, Josh is, he's on the hards. It's just a matter of, he's going to make it slick, sitting in the lead. But he is on hards. He's got a quarter tank of fuel and still has 40% of tire left. He's doing good on tires. But his pace is, he did do one lap in the 14s. Otherwise, he's consistent 15s. Although you've been doing 15s too. With a 14 in there. Josh has been doing pretty consistent 14s and 15s, so I guess that's not surprising that he's burning the tires down more. Shaggy asking about the 3 cars. There are 4 cars. There is the FT1, the LFA, the GTR, and the NSX. Alright, 16 laps down. So you're going to do what? 14? Well, you have to do your hard
into
stint.
the pits. Yes, into the pits now.
Got to do your hard stint, which you should be able to easily make that fast. Wonder how long Slick is going to push on the hards here before he comes in for his mediums.
Bye, Josh.
Oh, he just passed you. So Josh back. He's going to be the provisional leader once Slick comes in. You know, if Slick can make this last 20 laps, which it looks like he's going to, 20 laps on hards, that's an easy 10 on mediums. Or actually, if he does 20 on hards, actually 10 on mediums would be about right. Metal with a 1.5 second penalty. Nice. He is a whole lap down on you. It's neat how now in the on the display, it doesn't show that you are 120 seconds behind the guy in front. It says you are a lap down from the guy in front. It still has the total time to the leader there. That's not in laps. But your delta from the car in front or behind you does change to a lap instead of a time. Josh says it's so much better than Group 3. You know, that was the point. I want to do these as non-group car races. The nice thing is these still feel planted and racy.
Yeah, the racing tires make such a big difference on these street cars.
Yeah. I mean, there's some street cars where even if you put racing tires on them, they're just weird. They don't feel right.
Every 1970s muscle car.
Right. Well, and when I was testing Daytona, originally I was doing Daytona in that I wanted to build that around the Camaro, the ZL1, but I found that it was undrivable even on racing soft tires. After, I think it was the third lap, once you fully got up to speed, it was almost impossible to hold on to the car in the corners. Even at the trioval, it spun out on me. Or I would spend so much time trying to catch it that I would lose tons of time. And I was so disappointed because I really wanted to use that car. It was perfectly fine until you got it fully up to speed. So it's going to be viable at other tracks. I'll just have to figure out what other track I want to insert it in.
Yeah, something where it's a little bit tighter, lower speed.
Well, just any other track where you're not going to get fully up to speed. I mean, again, it was the first 2 laps around Daytona, it was fine. It was only once you hit lap 3 and you got that extra 2 miles an hour and the tires were warmed up that all of a sudden the back end would just slide out. And it was always this slow slide. You by the time you realized it was happening, it was too late. And then you would catch it and it would overcorrect and into the wall you would go.
That Camaro was actually the first car I heavily tuned in the game. I think I got it up to 800 and some pp.
Yeah.
And weight reduction and everything.
You put the highest supercharger in it, and it gave you all sorts of horsepower.
That was undrivable. I think it was a special Stage X. Must get to 300 miles an hour or something like that. Whatever that early stage game completion badge you're supposed to get, or
Right. It actually took me a long time to get that 300 mile an hour one because I didn't buy the Tomahawk right away. Because that was the gimme. I was surprised Slick's actually on lap 21 still hasn't pitted. He has like no fuel left. He's going to have to pit at the end of this lap. He's only going to have 9 laps to go.
yeah, he's coming up behind me. He's only 10 seconds behind me, 12 seconds behind me right now.
And he's a lap ahead of Josh. Oh, he's out of fuel.
Uh-oh.
He's out of fuel, and he still has a quarter of the lap to go.
Yeah, he's down at the end of the chicane.
He had just made it through the lazy right-hander, and he's entering the first of the 3 corners of the chicane. So
push.
painful.
Hammer time.
Are you behind him?
I'm in front of him. I'm just at the end of the front straight.
Oh,
and I missed my braking point.
Oh, never mind. That's right. The pit road entry is in the last turn, so he's in pit road.
Did you get a chance to watch the Formula One Abu Dhabi Grand Prix on Saturday or Sunday?
No, I'm not a Formula One fan. So I'm an IMSA fan. I love watching it.
Yes.
But Formula One I've never gotten into. I mean, I used to watch, back when I was a kid, my dad always put on Indy 500 and the Daytona 500. I always watched those. But those were the only races I watched as a kid. And then I got big into NASCAR for like 8 years, 10 years, something like that.
What years would those have been?
It was the Jimmy Johnson era.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I started watching at the end of 01, beginning of 02. So basically, when Dale Earnhardt died, that introduced me to NASCAR. I learned about it, and then I started watching. And then I watched as Jimmy Johnson won all his championships. And after he got his 7th, I was like, all right, he's just going to keep winning forever. And I was kind of done with it at that point.
So where in there did regulations change?
Which regulations? They've made a lot of changes.
I guess that's true. Because I watched NASCAR quite a bit when I was a kid. Like Rusty Wallace was my guy.
Okay. Yeah, so that was before me. I think he was. I think
that was late 80s.
Yeah.
Early 90s, and then I transitioned to Indy.
Yeah, so like I stopped watching when they started the playoffs.
Oh yeah, I don't care for the playoff format. I don't care for the stages.
Yeah,
like a race is a race.
Right. The stages didn't exist when I was still watching. They had just gone to the playoffs, and I think that first year of the playoffs was when I kind of lost interest and stopped watching.
Josh is either putting his locker combination in chat, or he's saying that...
I think those are his drivers.
Yeah, so who's that? Dale? I didn't see. I saw Dale. I saw Dale Jr. I think I seen a 7.
7 would be... Well, it was Clint Boyer. 08 is Junior. And then he had 10. Who was 10? And then he said 11. That's Hamlin. And I didn't see the last one. And I don't want to exit out of the spectate.
Yeah, no worries. I like the... So I got into Indy, watching Indy when I was a kid. Again, Indy 500, and there's lots of competitive Canadians at the time as well. I remember early in my watching years, I guess, is when Nigel Mansell came over from Formula One. So that kind of got me introduced into Formula One, and that's when I started watching it. My earliest Formula One memory is actually of, I believe it was Mansell giving Senna a ride back to the pits because his car had run out of fuel. I think that was in 92 or 93. It must have been in 93 because it was after Mansell was announced to come and drive the Kmart IndyCar.
Yeah, Slick just set the fastest lap. He's on softs. He's trying to do these last
9 laps on softs.
9 laps on softs. That's going to be tough. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it all 9. And he's purple again. And he's going through the hairpin. I mean, barely purple, 28 thousandths. And he's catching Josh. I mean, Josh is on hards. Josh is on half-worn hards. With those 6 laps left, Josh should be able to make it.
Josh should have enough fuel. I think he came out of the pits, or he went into the pits as 42. And he should be, he did refuel, so.
Well, he's slowed down his pace, so I think that's helping with his tire wear. Because he burned those first tires up. Although I don't remember if that first stint, if he was on mediums, maybe that's why. I think he was. Yeah, that's right. You and him were both on mediums.
We were both on mediums, yeah.
He tore those mediums up. I think all those numbers he's putting in there are regulation changes. I have no idea what those regulations would be. Wow.
I do like the new gen NASCAR.
Okay.
Whenever this came
like
in.
I do like that they've finally gone back to the Mustang and the Camaro instead of the Ford Fusion and the Impala. You know, it's like you should have sports cars as your race car, not your sedans. But anyway, continue.
You mean stickers?
Right.
Right. Stickers of headlights and whatever, but it was back in the day. NASCAR was, well, I guess growing up in North America was the epitome of motor racing.
Right. Yep. It had been for a very long time. I think now things like IMSA are becoming more popular. I don't know if they've passed NASCAR in popularity, but they might. I think NASCAR's gotten a bit political, a little sanitized, and overly commercial.
With Formula One, it's probably very similar to what you're saying with NASCAR, how they brought in so many new fans that are in it because of Drive to Survive that it's almost putting off the traditional Formula One fan who's been watching it for 20 or 30 years.
Sure.
And they're catering to those new fans for market share. Will those fans be around in 10 years? One will wait and see, especially with the new regulations coming in and how is the racing actually going to be? Because I know you said it, I've heard you say it, Formula One isn't the best racing. It's to watch a Formula One race is kind of it can be boring. It can be very boring because it's all down to strategy.
I mean, it's all down to F1 race. I don't even know how long.
Yeah, where you look at IMSA. IMSA is there's so much strategy and close racing in IMSA or WEC or obviously NASCAR because they're door to door for
on the track too. I mean, they'll have 50 cars on the track
and multi-class, and it's way more interesting to actually sit down and watch from a one-off racing race. Where F1 becomes interesting is where you are looking at F1 as a whole. You're looking at the engineering, you're looking at the personalities, you're looking at the strategy and the soap opera that British media gives to Formula One.
Gotcha. Hey, real quick, Nate, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you liked that race. FAF Nate jumping in the chat. Anybody out there, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, do the typical YouTube stuff. Careful, Metal. Metal almost going off. But yes, this is definitely different from all your normal races. That's why my pitch to this is like, hey, if you want to avoid the general GT7 humdrum, just kind of the same old, like, this is different. And not different in that it's like a meme race. Like, I don't like doing something different that's just weird. Like, this has some thought to it, and the cars are still fun to drive. And yeah, I mean, it makes
the cars aren't undrivable either.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to make.
You can get. That's
what I didn't want to do, is make them undrivable.
Yeah, you can see that some cars are you put them over a curb and you can't keep them straight, and they're no fun to drive.
Right.
This week's cars here, the FT1, the LFA, the GTR, and the NSX. You have a thing with. Did you just pick what cars have just 3-letter, 3-digit names?
No.
It just worked out that way.
That's just how they work. Like I had mentioned on the stream also, that there's the GTR Nismo 2017, and I could have used that one, but that one has a higher PP level, and it wouldn't have really made sense in this combo. It was just a little bit. It's better, just a little bit better than the regular GTR.
I just recently, last week, started playing F125. And boy, is it ever different. And there's almost no feel to the cars. No feel of the tires, no feel of... Obviously, it's an F1 car, so there isn't a whole ton of weight transfer.
Sure.
But, yeah, getting we're into the final lap for the leaders. I'm finishing up the penultimate lap.
Slick has a sliver of tire left, and he's going through turn 1.
Penalty.
I don't know.
Which I'll serve at the line.
His tire's going to be gone in the next, 5 seconds. Go through the
and
there it goes. He has no tire now. He's got over half a lap to go.
So you're saying I need to push?
Well, no, it's not a speed thing. It's a getting around the corner thing for him.
Yep.
He can turn left, but turning right is going to be a real struggle.
Well, somebody's taking their Joker.
Is that Metal? Oh, Metal. Metal, you're doing on the last lap. You can't. Well, I suppose for him.
It's not last lap for him. That poses a question. If somebody is lapped, or if multiple people are lapped, and they haven't completed their Joker lap yet, how does that play out?
Well, the short answer is it doesn't matter.
I guess, yeah.
We're not keeping score. It's not a league. And if you're a lap down, then you're not in a position to win the prize. So it doesn't matter.
We all get orange slices and juice boxes.
Right. I suppose if it got to the point where the leader had lapped everybody, and the second place driver was going to take it on the 29th lap and couldn't because the 29th lap ended up being the last lap, then I think I would have to say that taking it on the 29th lap is fine, because for them it wasn't the last lap. The fact that the game cut a lap off is fine.
Yes. All right, Sal.
Oh, he had already taken the Joker lap. His left tire was gone, so he was forced into the Joker lap.
Oh, that's funny. All right, Sal, I'm going to take off. I do appreciate you letting me pop in and
thanks for stopping and visiting.
Join the commentary, and hopefully everybody has a good night. Drop that like. Anybody here who hasn't subscribed, pop that subscribe button there for Sal, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, sir. You have a good night, Shell. We'll talk to you again soon. All right, so I hope you guys got some more practice there. Got a little bit more of your strategy figured out. I know Josh got some tire savings just from running in an auto drive mode for a while. I will say, just real quick, I don't think I have it in the rules, but it's probably something I'm going to add, that using auto drive in the race would end up being a penalty. I think B does the same thing. I think we're going to do the same thing. Partially because just the whole, you don't want to use auto drive to cheat your way through, but also I don't want people chatting in race during the race. Even if you're not, doing anything wrong, it can be distracting. So, no chatting during the race. Viking's still around watching. Thanks for sticking around, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks to all you guys for sticking around and doing the race, doing the practices. We had a really big first practice. We had 10 people in there. We had 5 for this one. Well, 4, I guess. Rowdy didn't really get to run it. I get it, Josh, but and this happened to me in the first season of NRL, that people would comment like, hey, or whatever, would give some kind of comment to somebody else in chat, and then I would find myself reading that instead of paying attention to what I'm doing. So it's just a distraction, and it's an unnecessary distraction. I wouldn't want somebody else who's not affected at all by whatever might be being said, now all of a sudden misses their breaking point because of a chat going on. That's one where I will say more like, oh, Papa just stopped by, or Papa did a raid. Thank you, sir. I just realized that. Welcome all of Papa's people. We actually just finished up our second practice, so we're going to be wrapping this up. But I appreciate everybody coming in. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new around here, since we got a captive audience. But no, in NRL, I found myself looking at those chats, and then I don't want somebody going off or having a problem because people are chatting. And in real life racing, the only chatting you're doing is with your crew chief. The other drivers can't get into your ear and say something to you, and then you have to have an argument back and forth, and everybody else listening in on that. I just don't want that. Oh, Metal's on controller. I didn't realize Metal was on controller. Well, thanks for sticking around, Metal. I hope you had fun. I hope you got some good experience. I am going to shut this one down. A controller gang. Number of controller players. Rob back in the chat. Bunch of you guys. Oh, that was a good practice. We had 10 people in the first practice session. So if that's any indication of what we're going to have for this weekend, I'm expecting we'll finally have full lobby, probably for the competitive split. Last I checked, we had 13 people registered for the competitive split. In fact, I should probably go check to see if anybody has signed up while we've been on stream. In fact, I'm going to check that real quick. Has anybody else registered for the Joker Series race while we were streaming? We're at 13 drivers. We are officially at 15 drivers. So we got Bandit and McGhost registered. So, what that means is it is now official. We will be running a qualifying split, which will be raced as a race. So that qualifying split will be all of the drivers that are not members of the channel, or who haven't bought a membership to the channel. So they are going to race their way in. right now, there are... Hold on, let's look at this. So we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 9 people right now that are registered that are not members of the channel. So if nobody else signed up, we would have a qualifying split of 9 drivers. 8 of those drivers would then make it to the prize split. If we have more people, sign up, unfortunately, more people will be eliminated from that qualifying split. If we hit 16 drivers, 2 people would end up being dropped, and then the rest would make it into the finals. If now I suddenly have a run on people getting memberships, that's going to change everything. But I don't see that happening. I would love it if it did, but I don't foresee that happening. I think right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 members that have signed up, so they are guaranteed a spot, which means we have 8 more spots available for non-members. And I do have other members of the channel. If they decide to register, they'll also be guaranteed a spot. So that's one of the benefits or the perks to being a member of the channel, is that you get essentially your ticket punched to the finals. Yes, Josh, you are signed up. You signed up back on the 24th. Yeah, thanks, Metal. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, this one's going to be fun. We're going to have, the prize split's going to have 14 drivers. We have 3 incredible prizes provided by 4D Raceware. So definitely go check them out. Go check out 4draceware.com. They've got some good quality products at reasonable prices compared to what I've seen, other like sim racing gear and like karting gear going for. Give them a look. The owner, Jim, he is a sim racer himself, so he's designed these products specifically with sim racing in mind, and also being a sim racer has a better understanding of what's good, what's bad, what's needed for that sort of thing. So definitely go check them out. 1 week till the next Joker Series race. It's going to happen on December 17th. We're going to kick it off at 7 p.m. Central Time. We will start it off with a purely exhibition race. These are for people that have not registered for the prize split. If we don't fill that lobby, then people in the prize split could join to get some practice. Excuse me. But I'd like to have the exhibition race for people that may not get to race otherwise. So we'll see how that all plays out. It's first come, first serve. So the first 14 people that get in there can race in the exhibition split. We'll then run the qualifying split to determine how many drivers make it in the final, and then we'll run the final split. After the final split, if there is a group of drivers that want to run the lobby settings for the final split, but do it as an exhibition race, we will run a 4th race. And that one will be just for fun, but it'll be the full 30 laps. Whereas the exhibition, the qualifier, is just an 18-lap sprint race. So that is an option if people want to do that. So with that said, I think I'm going to wrap up this stream. I know all you guys just jumped in here, but now you kind of got the skivvy on what's going on. So definitely go to the website that I have pinned in the chat. That gives you all the information on what the Joker Series is about. It's also got all the details for the upcoming race at Catalunya. If you click on the link to go to the Catalunya section, it'll have all the basics as far as registering for the event if you want to be part of the prize or compete for the prize. Otherwise, if you scroll to the bottom, then you'll get the lobby settings for both the competitive split and the exhibition and qualifying split. So you can run those. Make sure to send me a friend request on PSN, because all these lobbies are going to be listed as friends only. I think that's all there really is. So, until then, I am probably not going to be streaming until that Wednesday Joker race, unless I fit something in here somewhere. But my kids come back on Friday, and I'm going to have them all weekend, and I typically do not stream when my kids are at home. So you may not see me on stream until then, except for the drivers meeting. We will be having a drivers meeting on Monday night. I will post information about that in the necessary or in the appropriate Discord channels on the PHG Discord. So until then, everybody take care. Be nice to one another. Catch you again soon. Bye-bye.